Alrighty then. Took a couple of days off there thanks to a destroyed sleep schedule. Still slightly recovering from that. Gonna have a bit of a slow start this morning because of that. Bearings. We are in weight gain, close to the target, so we don't have to think about calories at all. In fact, we actually want to stay away from them. So we do have to think about them a little bit. Alright, that's food for the day there. I think I do have a little bit of loot sorting to do, actually. Yeah, just a little bit. This M36 and M625 that I picked up are in perfect condition. So they're going to go over here with the other perfect condition one that perfect condition M9 I picked up recently. I separate them because I think 100% of every other gun on the floor over here is imperfect condition, like not perfect. As in we've got a lot that are close to perfect. Like a lot of these M9s have only taken like 1 out of, I think 10. Yeah, I think their base condition max is 10 points. These little bars, like this here is 5 out of 10. This is 9 out of 10. I think. I would prefer numbers, but no, Indy Stone loves their little green bars, so that's what we got to deal with here. But yeah, that's... Got a couple of guns left here, just 2 shotguns and then some miscellany to sort through. The local police department here was quite well armed, as you can see. This is what I managed to recover from all the zombies that we've slaughtered. I don't think anything on the floor right here was recovered from the weapons locker. The weapons locker that we actually raided when we got into the police department, there was only ammo in there. There were no guns. Is what it is. I was kind of hoping for an off chance at another M16, but I don't actually think that was ever a realistic expectation. Just a very vain hope. You know what? We're still getting warmed up here. We're not doing anything heavy. I'm gonna take a quick look at the game's wiki. Not too many live viewers right now. I don't think I'm actually have very many live viewers today because I started here at almost an hour late, my local time, and that's not good. It's gonna damage my numbers for the whole day. Something really weird about YouTube streaming schedules. It really does matter what time of day you start. And for me, I almost didn't stream today because I realized I was getting a little too slow to set up. I was like, oh man, I'm going to be about an hour late. We're going to see how it plays out. I need to test this theory that I have, where I have to start streaming like sometime between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. my local time, Eastern Standard. And if I don't, it feels like no matter what time I start, I will get severely diminished numbers. But we got to test that, of course. So today is going to contribute to that. I started about an hour later than I would have preferred to. So M16. I have spent a lot of time shooting this thing, but I only have one compared to all these guns on the ground right here. One M16. M14 is a little bit more rare, but we still have several of them. Here we go. Containers. Army storage. Safe house loot. Drug lab. Okay, so there's a loot table called Drug Lab. I know I can think off the top of my head, I can think of like one example in Muldraugh of where we would see something like that. I've already looted it on this character, so that's not a thing. But 0.06% chance in an army tent. Fascinating. Okay. Anybody, I guess anybody who would catch this if you're not familiar. The wiki gets updated programmatically. So what we're looking at here is actually, this is up to date for the latest build. Wow. Nothing for law enforcement. Well, no, okay. Duffel bag. So we were 100% correct to be targeting LEOs with duffel bags, very specifically. Army heavy car seat. What the fuck is that? There's no heavy army vehicles in the game. Those don't exist. Police SWAT. Okay, so 15% chance. Okay, so once again, we're on the lookout for SWAT zombies. We have never seen them. 600 and however many hours on this character, we have never seen a SWAT zombie. Special weapons and tactics apparently were not very common in Kentucky. Or, I mean, I guess, you know, I don't know exactly what the breakdown is for special weapons and tactics and the proliferation in the United States. Like, was it a thing that only ever really you could find in city or state police departments, or was it a thing that had some sort of presence? I don't know. That's some law enforcement lore right there that I have no idea about. We're dismantling some walkie-talkies that we found, and then, aside from a couple of ammo containers, that'll do all the loot that we got. Should have an RTB bag over here, right? Yep. Badges and memorabilia go in here. I do like to keep first aid supplies at my field bases, so a few things in this box here will be great. That is all of the loot sorted then, I believe. If there was any more loot, it would be in the trunk of the ambulance, in a container of some sort. No, no, and no. Okay, speaking of the M16, this is the only one I have found on this character. We located it in in Guns Unlimited, the gun store. That is the only place we have ever seen one. We have completely wiped out one military checkpoint. The Brandenburg military checkpoint, we attacked and looted all the loot containers, but we did not wipe out all the zombies. Brandenburg, when we hit the military checkpoint there, that was a very early thing in this character. We basically dodged most of the zombies. We used herding tactics and a copious use of the vehicular horns to lure most of the zombies out of the way. And so what we did is we selectively ran over a few zombies to acquire their military backpacks. But at no point did we see any zombies with M16s on their backs. I don't think we would, based on what we just saw there on the... we're looking at zombies now that could spawn with an M16. We're seeing... Oh, okay. Okay, I lied. There is a 6% chance for a zombie with desert camo or green camo to spawn with a M16 on their back. I guess that tracks. I guess that does track. I have killed a lot of zombies with Army camo, desert, and green. I have killed a lot of zombies that fall under those two categories. I have never once seen one with a M16 on their back. Never once. Not on this character, not on previous characters. So, 1,200 or so hours on B42? Yeah. Okay. I guess that makes sense. I mean, 6%, that's a low chance. It is a low chance. And I have been unlucky in the past. Okay. Anyway. I talk about the M16 a little bit because it is... Some people think it's the best gun in the game because, of course, it's the hardest to find, right? Not necessarily, but it is best at something, and that is magazine capacity. 30 shots of 308 in the of 556. 30 shots is nothing to snub your nose at. I mean, of course, one of the most common guns in the game, the M9, has 15 shots. So... make of that what you will. I mean, and I suppose the weirdest part about that, right? The effective range of the M16 and the M4 aren't all that different. Good morning, Richard. I'm just getting a little philosophical about guns in this game after doing a little loot sorting and realizing that the M16 is still a meme, still kind of a meme. Might not be forever. But what we did is, of course, we looked at the chances for the M16, and... of course, there never was a chance to find one in the PD. Law enforcement having the latest military weapons, I guess that was not a thing back in 93. What is it, 1099s? Law enforcement would get... I mean, okay, maybe I'm wrong about that, because, I mean, like, you know, we do see here that there is a rather significant... there's an elevated chance, 15%. So, technically speaking, on a SWAT zombie, there is a little bit more than twice as much of a chance to see an M16 on them. But of course, we have seen exactly 0 SWAT zombies compared to probably over 100 on this character, we've probably dealt with over 100 military zombies with camo. Assuming that Army Camo Desert and Army Camo Green, those are the types of zombies. They have a 6% chance to have an M16, while the SWAT have a 15%. Interesting things, interesting things. I've been kind of putting off going out because I am wanting to wake up a little bit more before I put myself at risk with combat here. Feeling kind of awake, feeling... yeah. We're getting there, we're getting there. Maybe I'll drive around a bit. Now that we've looted the weapons locker of the police department... what's a good icon for that? Yeah, it's just put an X over a firearms marker. That indicates we've looted the firearms. However, we have not. I'm assuming that there is a firearms locker in the prison as well. That's my assumption right now. And I do believe that we have not... I haven't even located it. We could take a peek at b42map.com and see where it's located exactly inside. I am not above doing that at this point because it takes a long time to clear these buildings. And I'd like to move on to some other areas of Louisville, so if I keep exploring at really slow speed, it'll take forever. Alright, here's the prison, attached to the PD at the rear here. There's got to be more than this, but this is a locker right there. Multiple stories. Let's check this second floor here. Another guard room. I don't even see it. I'm going to assume that the guard rooms may each have one locker. But no dedicated armory. Okay, that's significant. That is significant. Alright, now something I didn't even look before. Is there a basement anywhere in this area? I don't think there is. No, they have not added basements, like, hardly at all to Louisville. I mean, look at this. We're on Z-Layer -1. I don't see any basements at all. Fascinating. Well, at least we know we're not missing anything. Okay. You know what? I'll break it. This should not be too hard to get to. This locker right here. We'll break in and take a look at that. Yeah, that's not far from where I'm sure that I've cleared. So we can make it to that locker and see what's in there. But like I suspected, there's no big rooms full of lockers. This is not like the Rosewood Prison, the Rosewood Prison being a standalone building. It has got a lot more... Oh, none. Okay, so we might even run into an empty locker then, in that case. Oh, look at that. Most of the corpses up here are gone. That's good. There were a lot up here. Just taking one last parsing of the ones that are still here. Now that the rest of them have just... Yeah, look at that. Okay. The couple guns on the floor here. I think what these are just guns that I just peeled off of zombies, but I did not have the carry weight to pick them up myself. So I literally just tossed them on the floor, knowing that I would eventually come back here and see them once the corpses got out of the way. I'm still carrying around magazines that need to be topped up. So I'm tossing a garbage bag in the trunk that is going to be a loot bag. And we'll just start tossing loot in there instead. I see a Spiffo running away. Ah, that's because there's a zombie off to the left there. You'll never hear me say that these silly little animals that don't do anything other than get hit by your vehicles are 100% useless. They actually will tell you if there are zombies, like on the other side of walls, for example. Like if we saw a raccoon down here in the middle of the street and it was completely stationary, that would tell me there's actually no zombies in the buildings to the left or the right. Or at least any zombies close enough to the windows to be spooking the animal. But the animals can send zombies just straight through walls. And therefore they're actually kind of useful for that. I can't remember if this is something the devs actually want to do yet. Or just maybe I just saw it in a mod. I swear I remember reading somewhere that raccoons should be able to sit on your shoulder. Like as a like a pet that you can take with you, but that does not require any how should I say, like a friggin' animal trailer you carry around, right? That would be fucking amazing. Thematically appropriate, as Zomboid's got a mascot of a raccoon, but also just like useful. Being able to have a therapy animal with you that you can pet it and remove some stress. But I can't remember if I saw that, if I read about that in a mod, or if that's something the devs want to do someday and just haven't added. I do not remember. I know that obviously you can capture raccoons and put them in an animal pen, and you can raise them for meat and for hides. I know there's a way to make a raccoon hat, classic, but I do not know of any way to. I don't think they have any advanced functionality that I know of. Like the most unique thing that raccoons can do that I'm aware of right now is climb over fences. But I've also never tamed one, so I don't know. Maybe I will tame one at some point, just to say that I can't. Just to say that I've done it. I have tamed everything in this game except for rabbits, or no, except for rats and raccoons. Yeah, I've noticed that too. It happens most frequently when Annie can see a zombie if I don't. Sometimes Annie will see a zombie and I don't. Like, see how the interior of this building isn't rendering right now? Sometimes there could still be a window there. And I cannot see anything. The game doesn't draw anything. But if I turn and see it, Annie will get panicked really quick. So sometimes the interior of a building doesn't render, but you're still technically seeing a zombie. Little wacky little things like that. Okay. We do actually have a fair few here. Part of me kind of wants to get these guys out of the way so that I can finish looting stuff on the floor up here. If nothing else. I mean, like, you know, obviously I do kind of want to look at the prison too, but... It's a wooden mallet on that guy. Now, what I'm suspecting is that almost all of the zombies up here are spawns from the legal services building here, with the beige brick, or the tan brick, whatever that is on the left side here. When we woke up the top floor of the police department, all of these zombies spawned in, but we did not discharge any firearms in the PD after that point. So all these zombies who spawned in never came out to play with us. I think I'm awake enough to handle this. I think. Ugh. Like I said, I took a couple days off there because I broke my sleep schedule, so I think I'm on track again, but we're going to find out. We're going to find out. I will absolutely run away if it turns out that I am not prepared, which I am not prepared. I'm not prepared. Oh, that's mostly just because I'm not carrying ammo. It should just be, yeah, I put it in alpha here because I was transporting a lot of other stuff. No, I don't need 44. I just need 38 special, 45 auto, and shotgun shells, of which I have tons. Perfect. Okay. So we discharged a couple times. We're not seeing. Stop that sentence real fast. I don't want to get flanked from the nerd building over here on the right. And look at that. I'm getting flanked from the nerd building on the right because, of course, when we went to the upper floor of the main building of the PD, we spawned the upper floors of every one of these other buildings that are connected. Therefore, now that we've discharged a firearm in front of the PD, we're getting guests from every direction, which is why I kept the van running for a good reason there. Okay, do I want to fight a ground war over here just to get access to the prison? Not really. Do I want to fight a ground war over here to keep the streets in this general direction clean as I progress towards First and Main? Yes, absolutely. So we are actually going to be locking into a fight here. It's not going to be just for the sake of the prison, of course. We'll see how much use we can get out of the fence here. It's going to be limited because we are going to get action from the right here. Now that I know that we've spawned in the upper floor of the nerd building. This is the nerd building right here, that on the top right of the screen there. But we'll see what we can get away with. Fatigue, we're about 10 points away, so we don't have to worry about getting tired just yet. But we got to keep an open mind on that. Okay, I think we're whipping out the M9 here. Oh, look at that. We just had a corpse decay progression there. Hello, Arsonist. How you doing today? For some reason, y'all may have noticed the music just stopped. Okay, I'm not awake yet. I am not awake enough. I'm not checking my 6. I almost just got grabbed from behind. I'm falling back. Sorry, guys. I thought I was awake. I'm not. This is the perils of getting into a fight that of unknown size this early in the morning for me is not a good idea. So, what I was saying, the music is broken. So we are just turning off the in-game music in case it is being inconsistent, and we're just gonna play some. Also, my mouse is. I noticed my mouse is being sluggish. And that is because my mouse pad is slightly wet. Sorry. Give me just a moment here. Must have spilled a little bit of water or something. I don't know. Like I said, I usually have a nice long warm-up phase before getting into fights. But I'm also, to add to that mix, I'm a little bit not at the top of my game just yet. Not a good set of factors. And know yourself, right? Know yourself. Know your limits. Not your characters, but yourself. Okay, we were going to put on music. We were going to put on some chill. Because despite the zombie count that we are looking at up there, I'm not getting a deep engagement just yet. We're going to lose these guys, and we're going to come back and kill them when I'm a little bit more prepared IRL for it. And that's what I just toot the horn a couple times right there, so that anybody who's going towards where they heard the gunshots, they're going to coalesce back at that crossroads there and just rot for a minute. They can rot there for a minute. I've already lost them with the van. I could have gone just straight back to base from there and only a few would have followed me, but that's a few too many. I don't want them scattering in the direction of my base. I will go around to lose them. Okay, did y'all just see that? The front of my vehicle is now damaged. Why is the front of my vehicle now damaged? Because we hit a mouse. We ran over a mouse. A little deer mouse. And it caused probably anywhere between 3 and 5% damage to our hood. And our hood now is damaged, like, to the point where you can see it. So if anybody thought I was going insane when I was saying before that animals of any size, including the tiniest fucking things, will damage your vehicle, put all that shit to bed. It happens, trust me. Y'all just saw it. You saw it live just now. Fuck's the timestamp for that? 32 minutes and something. It's actually been a bit. I know that it happens, but I've never actually like had a solid timestamp where I can like just point to it and be like, hey guys, look, the visual damage actually just appeared. So we don't even have to look at the numbers to know that it's a thing. I might use that in like a video or something where I complain about how stupid it is that small animals damage your vehicle and how long that has been a thing and how little Andy Stone has seemingly cared about it. I will remind you guys that vehicles get diminishing returns on repairs. We have had this ambulance from the very beginning, and we now can get its trunk repaired only 70%. And that number goes down by, like, I don't know, somewhere between 3 and 5% every time we repair it. So, diminishing returns are a thing. I predict we could probably get a few more years of use out of this van before its trunk is no longer big enough to justify using it over another ambulance. Yeah, I'm probably awake now. I probably am. My heart rate is still a little bit elevated from that bullshit. Again, I usually do not like try to get into engagements like that this early in the day. But also there was a thing where I just didn't know how many zombies were still left up there. It was kind of an open question. Part of my brain meat was telling me that there weren't going to be that many because we did a good job of clearing them when we finished up looting the police department. But no, that is not the case. There were still quite a few. But what I'm going to do now is eject the magazine from my M9 and top it back up, because I don't like leaving it anything but fully loaded. The M9, of course, being what I whip out when I see a large quantity of zombies that I would like to kill quickly. Nice and quickly. Aiming level 10, I would probably say that at aiming level 10, M9, the 9mm, just the standard 9mm, get some tritium sights put on it, it's probably your most valuable weapon. Just the magazine capacity and the fact that it's on a good day, you can click heads very easily and get one-shots very easily. So if you consider yourself to be a good head clicker, you're aiming level 10, you got tritium sights on a 9mm, that is probably your most valuable weapon. Which is part of the reason I don't actually use it that much. I try to use the revolvers first, because the revolvers, they can't get much better right now. I take that back slightly. I still have not figured out peak 45 auto usage in this game. You got two options for the 45 auto. What we're pointing right now is the M625 revolver, which is what I like right now. Alternatively, you've got the 1911. The 1911 only has a magazine capacity of 7. The M625 revolver has a revolver capacity, it's a 6-shooter. So you can either have a 6-shooter that you can reload bullets in bullet by bullet, or you've got a magazine that you've got to keep track of that only has 7 bullets in it. I hate keeping track of magazines in a game like this. Of course, I mean, you know, every video game I've played has always told me that magazines magically reload themselves when you try to reload a gun. Fuck video games for doing that to me. Call of Duty and just every other video game I've ever played is just magazines just magically reload themselves. Fuck, I hate other games for that, because it's not realistic at all, but it makes games funner for the normies, and I cannot be too mad about that. It just, you know, it's developed some bad practices for me. Let me put it that way. I would have preferred a game like this from the start, but there were no games like this from the start. Alright, no, but where I was going with that, right, is, of course, you've got your 625 that is very easy to reload, but then the 1911 is slightly more accurate, because the pistol, and you can put tritium sights on it. So you get the trade-off between the extreme ease of use of just popping bullet by bullet back into the reload, or dealing with a magazine capacity of only 7 while getting slightly more accurate shots. I have not solved that equation. The 1911 may be a better choice if you get enough magazines so that you can stop thinking about it too much. We actually I don't think we have very many magazines. Our entire collection of 1911 magazines is back at Jericho Base. I probably will be visiting Jericho Base in the not too distant future here, if only to do an RTB drop off of loot and whatnot. So we could actually we could assess that. How many 1911 magazines do we have? Is it enough to justify using that instead of the 625? That's a question that I would kind of like to answer, and maybe we can answer it this stream. So we'll keep that in the back of our mind. But otherwise, for now, the ease of use for the revolver has, especially when you combine it with the the M9, right? This right now, the 625 is my long range revolver. The M9 is it's got the same range, but it shoots faster, and it's got better accuracy, and it's got a higher capacity. So for medium range shots, I'll just whip this out. For close range shots, I always got the 38 special. There is no other options for this. The 38 special is shot by the M36 and nothing else. Also, you can fit nothing else in your ankle holster right now. So right now, for your ankle holster, there's literally no reason not to be carrying around a M36. If you have an ankle holster and an M36, just carry it. Just carry it. You'll thank me later. One other thing that I've been thinking about lately, that I don't know if I would ever actually go through, almost all the time when I'm playing this game, I just carry around an Alice belt and suspenders. You can't even see it visually right now because the leather jacket blocks it. And I'm perfectly okay with that because it looks ugly. It doesn't match the black. But it's got all my tools in it. Now, I could swap that out, put my tools elsewhere, and wear a shoulder holster. And then I would have another slot that would fit a medium-sized firearm. At that point, I could live out my Rick O'Connell fantasy. If anybody's not familiar with the Mummy, the 90s version of the Mummy, Rick O'Connell was the protagonist, played by Brandon Fraser. Great movie. And he would carry around a rifle on his back, or just a rifle or a shotgun on his back. He'd have a bandolier. He would carry around 2 revolvers and 2 handguns, or pistols rather. I think his pistols were 1911s, and I think his revolvers were 44s. I think. Don't quote me on that because I'm not actually sure. All you have to go by is visual. I mean, he doesn't, it's not like he ever actually mentions the caliber that he's using. I'm gonna find that out someday. I'm sure Reddit knows. Reddit knows the answers to these questions. But if I did that, if I had a shoulder holster, I could carry around another gun. Right now, I can only carry around 3 guns, not including the one in the back. I'm talking about handguns right now. The ankle holster, double holster left, and double holster right. Now, the flip side, of course, is the Alice kit. The Alice kit right here. All this gear would have to go into my main backpack, which I guess I can deal with that if it's just a combat situation. And then I would lose 2 other slots. I would lose webbing right, webbing left. That would be really infuriating, and I don't know if I would ever go through with that. But it's something I could do. So, things to think about. That's actually the reason I left these shoulder holsters on the ground right here. I left those on that ground specifically because I was thinking about that in the past. As long as we got good weather tomorrow, I will finish what I started with that fight up there to the north there. The one that I just ran away from. I'll finish that tomorrow if we got good weather. If we don't got good weather, I will go back to Jericho for a drop-off, a couple of reforgings, and we'll revisit our firearm strategy. Because I've been thinking about switching to 1911 for a while now. So yeah, that's our plan right now. We've got evening activities for the moment, and then tomorrow, good weather, we finish the fight. Bad weather, we head back to Jericho. I did find an M16. This is the only one I've ever found. What I was saying before is that I have never found an M16 on a zombie. This one was found in the center display case in Guns Unlimited. So that's what I was looking at earlier, is where can you find an M16? The options are very limited. We still have the page open, actually. These are the zombies that can spawn it. Most of them are survivalist zombies. And ignore these are test zombies. Bandit late, bandit mid, bank robber suit. What is this, the payday zombie? Okay. So if you see a payday event, I guess. I have no idea exactly what context these 2 zombies specific. I've seen a lot of events like where it's like cops and robbers events, right? You will see a bunch of law enforcement zombies and a bunch of zombies that look like, like payday protagonists, right? They got the stupid masks on, the spiky hair with wacky colors. But I've never seen one wearing an M16. This sounds like something very specific. Like you go exploring and you see a bank, and you see a bunch of zombies in the bank. That's what I'm thinking is going to spawn these. Private militia. I have no idea what this is. Is there actually a story event in game where we'll see, like, I don't know, the Oath Keepers or something? I don't know. I've never seen. Can't think of this. 25% chance though. That is one of the highest chances. But the actual highest chance is I'm gonna call this the payday event. I don't know if I've ever seen a payday event. If I have, I didn't make the check to get these M16s. But yeah, we were looking at where we can find M16s from zombies. And we can find them from stories, and we can find them from vehicles. In containers, though. You've got army, survivor houses, army tent. There is a 1.2% chance for them to spawn in any duffel bag on a zombie, apparently. Wait a minute, no, this is not on a zombie, but I don't know exactly what the context of this is. All I know is there's a 1.22% chance to find it in a zombie. But then, of course, I did notice this. There is a 2% chance for it to be in a drug lab. There's, like, I don't know, 2 drug labs on the map that I can think of right now, so that's like a non-chance. Really, at the end of the day, your best chances have always been gun cases for military places and gun cases, yeah, just military locations. Apparently, you can find it through foraging. Biome chance. What does that mean? What does a chance of 1 mean? I don't know what this means. I'm laughing a little bit internally because there's apparently a chance of 1 in all biomes to find an M16 by foraging. I have no idea what that means. I'm going to assume that 1 is probably 1%. And of course, you know, I've already articulated in the past that if you're trying to find something specific when foraging, good luck. Good luck. Unless it's something extremely common, like, you know, a stone or a flint or something like that. I'm not saying it's impossible, I'm just saying good luck. Yeah. I would have to go back through my characters to know if I've ever found an M16 on another one. Because one of the things is, of course, if I ever found one in the past, I probably never would have used it because I never made it to high-level aiming. Right, I've always had the mentality that, you know, the assault rifles, the military rifles, save it for high-level aiming. And I think I've largely been correct about that. And of course, this character right here, Annie, this is the first time I've ever gotten to aiming level 10 on default Zomboid settings. So, yeah, even if I have found one before, this will be the first time I've ever actually used it by my own standards. It's a little early for bed. We're going to read the reloading book for about an hour in-game and then hit the sack. I'm quite literally about to go get my hairdryer or something and try to use it to dry my mouse pad, because there's a little damp spot on my mouse pad. I must have spilled some water. I didn't even realize. And it's making my mouse sluggish if I move too far north on the mouse pad. It's actually... I'm probably going to do that before we get back into a big fight. I don't even need my hairdryer. I have a heat gun, a mobile heat gun. I have only... Okay, so... Fun little side story here. I needed to do some repairs on my scooter, my e-scooter. I took a very nasty fall on it a long time ago this year, and damaged one of the main power rails. It was like one of the ones that connects the battery to the rear wheel. And I had to do some significant work fixing that up. I had to strip back the casing on the wire, and basically what I did is I ended up cutting it and using a crimp tube. Well, thankfully I have a buddy who's an electrical engineer, like an actual master electrician. So he walked me through how to do this remotely, and I got some crimp tubes and some shrink tubes and connected them and crimped it together. And I had to, you know, you get a shrink tube to cover it back up after you've fixed it like that. So I bought a heat gun, like a mobile heat gun, and that was the only time I used it for proper electrical activities. Ever since then, I have found all kinds of wacky things to use it for that have nothing to do with electrical work. And I may or may not have actually used it as a hairdryer once. Fucking heat gun. It's actually not quite as powerful as a hairdryer, believe it or not. A hairdryer, I probably could have used the hairdryer to tighten up that shrink tubing perfectly fine. But in my wacky brain said, no, go buy a heat gun. I know, right? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna have Annie read a book here. We've only got 2 hours to burn overnight, so I'm just gonna have her read. While she's reading, I'm gonna look. I think I actually have an unlisted video on my channel of me actually this would have been a while back. See, I wanted to show my friend what I was doing, right? So that he could roast my attempt to put the wires back together. I ended up using whatchamacallit, a soldering iron in the process. Unqualified moron tries to solder a wire. Yeah, okay. So, this is me attempting to... I'm practicing, actually. I'm just practicing. I've just got a, what is that? That was like a PC case fan wire. I intentionally cut it and stripped the casing off, and just... I'm trying to solder it together. You'll see my hands shaking. It's probably a little bit hard to see, but my hands have a fucking nasty shake. This has always been a problem with me when I'm trying to do really precise things without being able to anchor my hands to something. This is, yeah, it's one of the reasons I don't work with my hands on very, very small scale things that I would otherwise kind of like to. But yeah, I showed this to my buddy so that he could roast my skill. And I'm doing this, and in the background you can see my scooter, right? My scooter is right here. This is what the wires looks like right after I took the positioning of the wires is so stupid. They got this little zip tie right here, and it was like mounted to the bottom of the mount for the tires. So of course, when I fell sideways to the left, and just kind of skidded the entire side of the thing on the asphalt, of course the wire would skid along with it. Skill issue in design, in my opinion, but well, we eventually figured out the situation. Oh yeah, and this is the heat gun. This is the heat gun. I'm using shrink tubing after I soldered the wire back together. Yeah, it's I don't remember exactly what my buddy told me, but he gave me a few tips. He gave me a few tips, and that helped me out. I did not take a video of myself actually doing the wire, but I did take a video of myself testing the scooter. Oh, I can't play the music, unfortunately. This is copyright. But this is what the wire looked like before I got rid of the hard casing on the outer side. I pulled apart the wires. This is what the power rail was. This is the power rail right here, the yellow one. That's a really chunky wire. That's like almost as thick as my pinky finger. And then the green wire there, I think it's just a control wire. So all the rest of the wires, thankfully, no damage. So I just bundled them back up with electrical tape. And then there's the crimp tubing. The crimp, I connected it. Yeah, flux. I need to learn how to use that. I have no idea how to use it. That's I'll have to watch some videos and figure that out eventually. But yeah, that was I didn't show it, but I used crimp tubing on the yellow, the big rail. I had to get some really thick gauge crimps for those, and then I actually soldered the control wire back together. I bridged it, actually. I didn't just solder it, I bridged it. There was not enough real estate left. I didn't have enough real estate just to solder the wire itself back together. So I actually used that same fan cable wire. I used the same fan cable wire that I was showing you guys in the other video. I used like a section of that to bridge the control wire together, and then shrink tubed the entire exterior after I soldered it back together. So that's what it looks like after the crimping and after I applied the heat tubing. But before I wrapped it all together back in before I tried to wrap it all back together, that I powered it back on, and of course nothing blew up after I powered it back on. So, and look at that. Yep, that is. I was really, really fucking happy to see it fucking spin. Because of course, without either of those wires, without the green wire, pulling the throttle would have done nothing, and without the yellow wire, it would have no power to spin. So yeah, I was really fucking happy. Yeah, I have a lot of fun here. Anyway, just a little something that I worked on recently. I had a lot of fun working on that. That was a couple months ago. Small window into the back of my brain. Anytime I fix something that I didn't think I was going to be able to fix, I hear Anakin's voice from episode 1. It's working! It's so much fun. It's so much fun. I think I do have a video of, what the hell? Tell me Sundercore is offline right now. No, it's not offline. Okay, no, we're good. My server has been needing to reboot a lot lately. Anyway, I had this video of myself on the scooter that my dad took. It shows how fast it can go. But I don't have it right now, I don't think. Do I? I'll have to find it. I'll show it again sometime. You go really fucking fast on it, like really, really fast. If you get the right kind, right? What you want to look for if you really want to have a good time on a e-scooter. I hate to say this, you kind of have to buy the Chinese models because almost every single one of the ones that you can buy that are made by a Western manufacturer will have artificial limits placed on the speed that you can go. Because certain countries, and of course everybody who loves the EU for the GDPR and all the other silly little things that make the EU favorable in certain popular opinion fields, something nobody talks about is the fact that the EU has a lot of other little silly things that make it not as fun. And one of them is a upper limit on the speed. I don't know, I couldn't even tell you which exact countries it is. Certain European countries have upper limits on the speed for EVs. And so to make the EVs appeal to the broadest market, a lot of EV manufacturers just build in speed limit controls and make it so that they can no longer go faster than like 20 miles an hour. So the vast majority of e-scooters you're going to see on the internet, even if they've got the battery power, the voltage to go faster than that, they won't. The throttle will literally control you. So the one that I got, a T-Wing X3, is just it's a model from China. It's got none of the shit built in to control its speed. Imagine China being a country that produces something that is more freedom oriented than the rest of the West. Fucking imagine that. That's the absolute state of EVs right now, specifically EVs, of course. There's plenty of other respects where China is nowhere near as good as the West, but in that specific field right now, sadly. Yeah, the governor. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, you know what's up. I did not want to have to go through any of that, right? I just wanted to buy something that was already unlocked, and, well, that was my first mistake, I guess. I'm one of those guys who doesn't really want to buy something made in China if I don't have to, right? I like supporting... It doesn't even have to be made in the U.S. I just want it to be made in the West, right? And it's not like, oh, I don't like China. No, it's not just that. I don't like the fact that we collectively in the West have just annihilated our manufacturing capabilities. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. So I try not to buy Chinese stuff if I can manage. Sometimes. There was actually an exact model of this scooter that I could buy in the United States if I wanted to spend 60% more and deal with the fact that it had a speed limitation built into it. And that just, I could not justify that to myself. But anyway, we're just doing a quick repair to our hood here. I have repaired the hood once already. So by slapping another steel sheet on it, it'll get to like 96%. Okay, that's not bad. It doesn't always line up to what it says potentially repairs. Right there it said potentially repairs 91%, and we got it all the way up to 96. So even though we are getting diminishing returns, it's not always as bad as it shows up in the EUI. Company Emo. Emo. Ooh, Canadian company? Okay. I will leave that open in a tab and come back to that later. Thank you for that. I am always on the lookout for... I was, a long time ago, I wanted to buy a Zero electric motorcycle. I didn't go through with it at the time, and then afterwards, for some reason, I feel like they've gone down in quality since I looked at them last. I don't have anything to justify that. I just, in the back of my mind, something tells me that I read somewhere that their quality went down. I have no idea, though. Zero, it's just Zero, Zero electric motorcycles. They actually have a dealer, or a dealer not far from me. I was thinking about opening another box of ammo, but I think we're good. We've got 67 shotgun shells, actually closer to 90 shotgun shells, and over 138 special and 45 auto. And most importantly, we've got great weather today, so we're going to go up and finish what we started. and we are going to get some combat done. But yeah, I do very much enjoy that electric scooter. Now, on the flip side, one of the reasons I haven't been able to do much of it lately, and that's because the rear tire, same one I was showing on screen, it went flat, and I tried a few things to refill it, and none of them worked. So I determined there was definitely a hole in it, so I had to replace it. An 11-inch an 11-inch tubeless tire. That was a lot of work to try to fix. I fixed it, but I think I may have actually damaged the wheel so much by fixing it. I may have damaged the wheel so much that it's permanently damaged. I don't know. I'm going to have to figure that out someday, and I have not been driving it very much because the tire went flat again, and I need to figure out whether the tire needs to be replaced again, or if it's actually just the wheel. I don't know. And I am not looking forward to figuring that out. But I can say for sure that I got a good solid year of use out of that scooter before I started having any problems with it. So, as far as EVs go, that was not bad. Feeling good, feeling good. Okay, here we go. Big group coming in. I was expecting more interference from the right. What is that, 2 so far? Okay, that's what I was expecting to start seeing from the right. Yes. Okay, that is possibly us falling back. Yeah, we're not getting very efficient shots when we have to keep switching directions like that. So we are falling back slightly. I want to try to see if I can merge that group from the right with the group from the north, if I can manage. I don't know how well I can pull that off. We're losing out on the fence, partially. And we deployed without food today, so I'm awake in terms of combat. I am not yet awake in terms of logistics. I have to keep checking my 6 very vigilantly right now. We have deviated far enough that, yeah. I hate shooting targets on the ground, but I needed to finish off that magazine. Okay, we are down out of the fast shamblers for now, so we skirmish the rest of these guys. Oh yes, no, that is a very, okay. So, one of the things that I've been doing with my e-scooter is using it, or at least, you know, I haven't done this in a while since it broke, but the I would drive to the gym every morning with the scooter, and that was cool. But the scooter itself is actually part of my strength training. The thing weighs about 100 or so pounds, and I live on the third story of an apartment building. So if I want to use it, I've got to carry it down 3 flights of stairs. And so picking up the scooter and carrying it downstairs every morning was actually a part of my strength training. I would just have to, because I mean, obviously the weight is centered on the battery at the bottom of the board, but the rest of it is kind of awkward to carry too. You can collapse it. It actually makes it harder to carry, in my opinion, if you collapse it. So I actually carry it uncollapsed. And what I try to do is get the get the corner of it where the battery and the board connects to the handlebars. I brace that against my shoulder and carry it up and down the stairs that way. I'm not going to say that it's easy, but if you are interested in a workout, because I mean that was actually part of the impetus for buying it in the first place, was just, you know, driving back and forth to the gym every day. Maybe save a little bit of gas money in the process. I ran the numbers. I actually have saved about $200 on gas since spending about $1,600 on the scooter. So, you know, make of that what you will. I mean, it's not that bad of a gas savings. I mean, if nothing else, it's more convenient for me, being somebody who lives at home and only really uses his car to go shopping twice a month. Yeah, being able to just eliminate using my car almost entirely, that was pretty fun. While it lasted, at least. And the best part about that, too, is, I mean, I could take the scooter to the grocery store, and I could still carry a backpack full of groceries, which is, of course, nowhere near as much as, you know, just a few bags in your car, but I could eliminate the car usage entirely that way, just by doing a couple of extra trips to the grocery store. Just go right down the W&O&D trail. That was a lot of fun. And I think we have eliminated the bulk of the Zeds that came out of the upper floors of those buildings. Hello. It sounded closer than it actually was. Yeah, okay. So the other day when we came up to this intersection and we tooted our horn, we have eliminated pretty much everybody since then. Hey Hassan, we're doing good today. We had a bit of a late start and a bit of a slow start, but we're into it now, as it were. There are still some Zeds on the Sky Bridge there. I'm not really worried about them. At this point, the goal was to get anybody who would come out of the building and start really interrupting me if I needed to drive down this road after progressing further. Right, I think we have eliminated almost all obstacles for that. Yeah, the roads are drivable now. 5 or 6 Zeds, even a couple dozen Zeds, to be honest. As long as they're not too tightly clustered, that's no problem. I can dodge those with the ambulance without even thinking about it. But all those Zeds that were there yesterday, we had to deal with them. We had to deal with them, keep these roads drivable. Mission success in that regard. So, we are, okay. I did not make any perishable food, but I had perishable food. Still eating through last year's kale harvest. Speaking of kale, when we get back to Jericho, we need to check our kale and potatoes. We planted kale and potatoes there. That was the only crops I've planted this year, maybe only the crops I will plant this year. Kale and potatoes, I believe, are probably the best crops for just somebody playing by themselves right now. I think a lot of the other crops that you can plant in this game are being, how should I say, just sort of placeholders for when you get NPCs in this game and it becomes a colony sim. Your NPCs will handle the agriculture for you, and they will harvest the crops for you, store them for you, and eat them, right? But if you're just playing by yourself, like anybody who's playing B42 is right now, kale and potatoes are more than I'll ever need. So, Hassan, that area, we've cleaned it once. We've gone up to an upper floor of the building, woken up all the Zeds there, went back outside, and then we cleared it again. And then we went back into the building to an upper floor above that floor, and cleared it again. And I think we have finally cleared it for the last time, right? Because we have gotten basically everything we have wanted from the police department in the center there. We've cleared the weapons locker. There is no weapons locker in the prison. We have confirmed that there literally is no weapons. I thought there was going to be one, but no, we can just X that out. There's literally no weapons in there. Now, I've marked on the map what each of these connected buildings are. This one's like a courthouse to the north. This is like a lab building to the south, and this is like a legal services building, so another nerd building. They're all connected. So if I try to go to an upper floor of the police department, and I wake up all the zombies on that floor, that wakes up all the zombies on that floor and all these other buildings too. So we've been dealing with that a lot lately. But no, we've finally woken up all the zombies and dealt with all of them in the police department itself. That being said, some of the connected buildings actually have upper floors beyond what the PD has, like they're taller. I don't care about those. You could not pay me to go into the upper levels of those buildings. They're just offices. What would I ever find in those that I actually care about? Very, very, very little. Maybe some glue. Glue would be one of the very few things I actually want out of an office loot table. And, well, how many tubes do I have right here? I've got, like, 2 tubes of glue in this one. I know I have more. Yeah, I've got 4 tubes of glue in the cabinet. So we're fine on glue for now. Glue is a linchpin material for making remote bombs. You can make non-remote bombs without glue. But if you lose the remote, then you're stuck throwing them. And that's a little hard to get the best out of, I suppose. Here's the plan for this. I think I'm actually going to move our weapons cache from here. So all these lovely shotguns, handguns, and whatever that's on the floor right here, we're going to take all this down to Jericho. Because Jericho is supposed to be our stockpile base, right? Jericho is where we're going to spend more time in, because this Reed outpost here, once we're done with urban Louisville, we're not coming back to urban Louisville. However, there's a lot more Louisville. I mean, everything to the south and to the east over here. Everything to the south and the east. We're going to use Jericho for that, because that's right there at the tip off of First Street. Right. So when we're done with the dense urban area, Reed is going to get mothballed for the most part. I mean, if we have to come back, then we'll come back to Reed. But otherwise, Jericho is our central power base for the area, if that makes sense. So I don't want to be leaving all of these. These are all just chattel for repairs, is what these are. When I need to repair my shotgun and I have to use another shotgun to repair it, that's what these are for. So we are going to make a logistics trip from Reed to Jericho now that we've finished the fight that we started the other day. So that means I need to get the ambulance out of the way, and I need to take Jorgensen and Sons, which is my hauler. We're going to fill that up with guns and bring it to Jericho. Swastika building make the zombie respawn. Not sure what you mean by that, but yeah, no, the zombies spawn higher floors, right? If you just drive past a building and make a lot of noise, you're only going to spawn the first and second floors. The upper floors of the building don't spawn in until you actually go up the stairs and, like, you're actually on foot on the upper floors themselves. At that point, they spawn in, and you have to... I mean, my strategy, I just lure them outside. I don't fight them inside. So, I clear the lower floors. If I want to clear the upper floors, then I will. If I don't, yeah, completely ignore them. So right now we've got 51 encumbrance just of 9mm guns. And that's not even all of them. There's an entire tile that we couldn't reach. We're not going to be able to fit all of the... We're not going to be able to fit all the shotguns in an entire trip, I don't think. So what we're going to do is just... We're going to do all the handguns first. I think that's what I'll do first. And this is one of the reasons I put them on the floor right here, right? Instead of in a box. Because it's much faster to just load them straight into the trunk of one of my haulers this way. So it wasn't just so that I could see exactly how many I had. That was part of it. And it was also kind of cool to see visually. Every time I walk past, just see the cache grow larger. But yeah, I think just in terms of handguns, we are going to fill up more than half of the trunk here. Okay, so just with the handguns that we have found off of zombies in the police department area and their empty magazines, that is 126 encumbrance worth that we have found in total. And that's not counting all the zombies that we just missed. There are many zombies, and I couldn't even tell you how many. There are many, many zombies that we just straight up missed. That we could not, whatchamacallit, that we could not... that we couldn't loot them before they disappeared, right? We missed the fact that they had loot on them, and they despawned, because you only get like 2 weeks to loot all the zombies before they despawn. And they despawned, and that was it. So, we have room to take the nightsticks and the handguns, and that's it. All the long guns we'll come back for later. I mean, we'll be coming back here many times yet, so we're not done with Reed Outpost at all. But we're just trying to empty some of the stuff out of it for now. Because, right, if I need to do any more gun repairs while I'm up here, I've already got parts for those, right? I've got spare guns on the passenger seat of Scarlet Oak vehicles here. And before I even have to start using those, I've got a couple of perfect copies of guns up here. So all three of the handguns that I'm currently rocking, the 9mm, the M625, and the 38 Special, I've got perfect copies just sitting up here next to the coffee machine. So those will stay here, but all the rest of these for repairs, these can go back. Now I think between all the nightsticks and handguns that I picked up, that's almost an entire trunk. We've got 166 encumbrance now, but I still have a little bit of room, so we're going to put the long guns that are not shotguns. Because we actually don't have that many of those. We're going to go ahead and take those back. I never even took the bullets out of the MSR 700s here. Fix that now. I have not used the MSR 700 in a little while. That is the 223. We use that for really long distance shooting, and ever since we've gotten into this area of Louisville, we're trying to corral them into tight corners so that we can use the shotgun. So the long gun that our go-to long gun has been the shotgun. And that means, okay, so that is now, we're up to 180 encumbrance. So basically, this is all stuff we've pulled off of zombies here. In terms of just guns and interesting melee weapons, we have pulled 180 encumbrance from the zombies we've killed in the police department area. It's great, it's great. And that's not counting the shotguns. All these shotguns on the floor, there's probably... just in what we can see around us right now, 155 encumbrance. That's more than we can fit in a trailer right there. So we literally do need to come back with the Jorgensens, and this is our hauler right here. We need to come back with that again. In fact, I do think we actually have enough room for an RTB bag here. So this duffel bag is an RTB. We are taking a broken sword with us. This spear is actually in okay condition. The spear can stay. I just need to remember that I want to make another spearhead so that I have a spare when this one breaks. We did find at one point a use case for spears in this area. Yep, I am feeling that. I'm not even working today, like I'm off today, technically speaking. It's a federal holiday. I'm a federal contractor. However, my team has a 24/7 support structure in the contract. So if there is an emergency situation, then my work phone over there gets to ring, and I get to stop what I'm doing and assess the situation. Thankfully, nothing yet, but well, that's the life, right? You can have your government shutdowns and you can have your federal holidays, but there's always somebody working. And in this case, that somebody gets to be me. And anybody who is calling me. I think all this stuff can stay here for now. Because I don't know if I'm done building up here yet. Let me just take another quick peek at this area. There's some... I don't know if I want to bring any furniture back with me. But if I did, now would be the time. You know what? I'm going to put some military backpacks in my hands. Ah, Remembrance Day. Oh, yeah, that's right. I think several different countries have similar holidays all today at the same time. I think over in the UK it's like, what is it? I don't remember the exact name of it, but some content creators that I follow in the UK were gonna do. They wear the poppy pin for that day. Is that Remembrance Day? I think that's Remembrance Day. Oh, if only. If only. I used to get paid more if it was a holiday. That was the old contract. The new contract, we are not allowed to make anything but our standard rate, and we're not allowed to have overtime either. So it is basically if I work any hours today that I wouldn't normally work, I just have to subtract the working hours that I would otherwise take from my normal time. They call it flex time. So anything I do above and beyond the normal schedule, that's flex hours. They used to actually okay, so the government contract itself makes no room for overtime because we're not supposed to work overtime. But what they used to do is my old contracting company would pay us extra out of their own pocket. Like the contracting company would literally add the overtime from their own reserves and their own budget to incentivize people to do what needs to be done when it needs to be done, if that makes sense. The new contract company, the one who bought out, who won the bid and took my job along with everybody else's. They ain't got no room for that. Their PM's got to make their they gotta save the bonuses for themselves. Okay, so First Street is no longer clear on that side. It should still be clear on the other side, though. If it's not, it's not. That sucks. Oh, welcome to Louisville. Welcome to Louisville in vanilla Project Zomboid with respawns. Hey, that's okay. We have plans for this, but anyway. Yeah, that's the reality of... I don't want to go as far as to say it's in-shitification, but it feels like it is. Everything seems to be getting worse in every regard, including the ethics of the companies that are winning the contracts for these essential government positions. Or these, well, I mean, there's essential and then there's everybody else. Speaking of everybody else, that's looking like a full respawn for the park here. I think I am going to have to put down the stuff that I've picked up. Damn it. Okay. We are going to have to get out and deal with them because there's no going around them easily. Not in a hauler. So, drop, and drop, and sword comes out. Kale is amazing. Literally just ate some kale, and it not only fed me for a whole hunger moodle, it also hydrated me because of my I ran out of water, and I'm a doofus, I forgot to refill. The kale also hydrated me. Starting to think the devs of this game are big enjoyers of kale, because they've made it, well, that is a little bit, I feel like that's actually a little bit more than it would be in real life. Not that I'm an expert on hydration in real life. I overhydrate myself sometimes. Now, I intentionally discharged the shotgun right there because if there was anybody else lurking around here who would eventually come and bother me in my custom road here, I would like them to come out of the woodwork now, but it doesn't look like anybody in this particular spot was hiding in the woodwork. They were all right there, which is perfectly fine by me. On our way back from Jericho to Reed, we will spend some time getting the silly zombies that we just drove past. We have no choice. We will have to spend some time getting them wiped out. Hopefully I will not have to do that again. I chose this. I chose this life by over-encumbering myself instead of just taking a trailer with me. I decided to be the trailer. And of course, there. It's alright, he's a slow shambler. He's not going to be a threat. What I'm thinking about right now in threat assessment terms is what zombies are going to be a threat to the integrity of the trunk of this vehicle. This vehicle, its value to me right now is that it's got a good engine, but most importantly, it's got a pristine trunk. Never been repaired, and I don't want to have to repair it if I don't have to. And therefore, I've got to make sure the zombies will never accidentally smack into the front, or I'm sorry, the sides or the rear. So I'm constantly keeping a watch for any situations where it would be difficult to avoid accidentally bumping into a zombie in the front, or the rear, or the back. I mean, the front is valuable too. I don't want to damage my vehicles ever. But I care a lot more about the risk of a side hit or a trunk hit than a front hit. So we're going to fire up the generator here. Now we brought home some furniture that can go with the rest of the furniture here. I have a lot of furniture just laying around in storage back here, but that's okay. We got a lot of room for it. $16 encumbrance worth of tiled counters that don't even provide storage. I don't know if I will use them, but if I want to, they're there now. Okay, I have gone a little while without having a second crate for electronics, but I need one very soon here. Because now I have boxes of stuff. Boxes of stuff will fill my storage up very fast. Now here is a test of my logistical strategy. Did I design my base well enough that I could back a vehicle up to the gun storage? No. No. Even if I move the ambulance out of the way and maybe I pick up the grindstone, I won't be able to get the trunk of the van actually flush with any of these crates. So I'm going to have to hand carry stuff. That's okay, I guess. Just gotta back up over here to optimize it a little bit, and then that right there should be perfectly fine. Now, in a perfect world, I probably would have put this crafting area right here, somewhere where it would not block my ability to back up a vehicle and park it right in front of the weapon storage, or the firearm storage back here. Well, actually, I kind of did this place like I just did things. I didn't have a very strong plan with this place. I just kind of put it together as I saw fit. In the future, if I get a place like this where I've got a big open space that is well protected on two sides, and I've got garages on two entrances, I will put a lot more effort into planning that in the future. For now, we're good for now. We'll go ahead and dismantle that sword there that we brought back that is busted. I think my current sword is actually... I'll repair. I'll reforge it. It's right... The forge is right in front of me. I will go ahead and reforge the two swords that I have with me that are not perfect. It only costs me a few charcoal to reforge these bad boys. And look at this. We've got a van just full of charcoal right here. Actually, 48 charcoal. It costs us 9 charcoal to reforge. So what I'm going to do is not do that just yet. I'm just going to leave the sword blade on the floor here. And then reforge the sword blade that I have on me. Right? Yeah, we're just doing one for now. Of the 48 charcoal that I have, I'm going to save it for something a little bit more useful than backup swords, of which I already have. I already have like 3 or 4 backup swords that I have not touched yet in my ambulance. Put a handle on the sword now that we've reforged it, and then hit it with the grindstone here. And then put it right back on our belt where we found it. Now I have a perfect sword, ready to get whacked up on zombies again. So we actually don't have a lot of room for more shotguns. We are going to need another row of crates. So that is... Hey, let's take a look and see if this... we put some leather on the drying rack a while ago. I don't remember how long ago. But it's actually drying faster than normal right now. It has 2 days left at this rate. That's not bad. It's not bad at all. So we actually might stay here at Jericho until that's done. I could probably... Yeah, we got a lot of work to do at Jericho right here. I'm going to do a quick perimeter check on this side. Looks good. This is one of the most likely sides for respawns to be annoying, thanks to the line of sight issues, but looks good so far. Let's take a peek at the crops. I think they're well enough watered. We had some rain just the other day. Oh yeah, they're fine. And all the crops are at the next stage of growth. Some of them are hours away from the next stage. Some of them are hours away. The ones that are not hours away, these are weeks away. So what that tells me is I should go get 4 sacks of compost if I can manage. I don't know how much compost is ready to be extracted. But if I can get 4 full sacks, then it's 2 sacks. Wait, sorry. 4 full sacks is 20 crops worth. Right? Or am I off by... No, I'm off by 1. It's 4 per sack. So I need 5. I need 5 sacks of compost to get all of the kale composted. My decision as to whether to compost it or not is based around how close it is to the next growth phase, which is, you can see that at a glance once you're agriculture level 6, I think. you can just mouse over it and see whether it has, like, I don't know. In the case of the kale, it's weeks. The potatoes only has, like, days, and some of them are hours, so I'm not bothering with the potatoes right now. Ooh, 36%. Okay, yeah. So some of these compost bins were filling up irregularly, but now I think we should have at least enough for 5 sacks of compost. So I've got my sack collection over here, and we will get 5 sacks and try to get all this filled up. Sack collection is somewhere over here, and all this loot that I haven't sorted. Yeah, here it is. Okay. Equip secondary. I'm gonna try to separate that from the rest of these backpacks. In fact, I'll just leave it on the roof. That makes perfect sense to me right now. I will leave it on the roof up here next to the rest of this stuff that is relevant to what's on the roof. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sack. Military backpack in the offhand. Fun fact, if you are organized, you can fit as much as 7 sacks of compost into a military backpack, assuming there's nothing else in it. Compost sacks are pretty heavy. Most of what was in these compost bins is actually just spoiled food that we found right here in the grocery store. And I pretty much know nothing about how the current composting system works in terms of, like, how quickly it will fill up the compost bin. It used to be that if you had 10 encumbrance worth of rotten stuff, that would fill a compost bin to 100%. That's what we did. We put 10 encumbrance in each of these, and first of all, the compost filled up at a very wacky rate that I could not predict. And then, beyond that, none of these filled up to 100%. So something about that has changed significantly, and I'm going to have to relearn that. And that change has happened since we've started Annie, right? All the crops that we harvested last year, in this character's lifespan last year, all those crops were under 42.10, and that was back then. All the crops worked exactly as I described, or the composting rather. All of it worked exactly as I described. If you had a 10 encumbrance in a compost bin, that would be enough to fill it to 100%. And so what I was doing is I wouldn't fill up any of the compost bins, all the way full of compostable material, because it made sense to just spread it out so that I just had a bunch of full bins. But yeah, something about that has changed significantly. Can't even begin to describe what. And I'm gonna be real with you guys. I don't actually fucking care that much. I have, even if my save for Annie here was supposed to get broken tomorrow, and I started over from nothing, I don't think I will ever plant more than kale and potatoes in the future, unless they change something about crafting significantly. Because right now, kale and potatoes are the only useful crops for, like, a solo player, in my opinion. For a solo player, which, of course, no multiplayer, no NPCs. Fuck else am I gonna plant? You plant corn or you plant wheat and you can make flour. That would be a staple for any other survival game that you had to feed a lot of people with. Because corn, you turn around, make cornmeal, make flour, make other things with it. Or, wheat, you grow a lot of it, you turn all that into flour and, bake a bunch of stuff. But if you're just feeding one person, kale and potatoes, that feels like the best thing you could possibly do in this game right now. Maybe they'll break kale. Maybe they'll nerf it. Maybe they'll break potatoes. I don't know. Right now, that feels like the best way to do it. So we have composted all of the kale, and some of it is now down to days instead of weeks. So what that tells me is this almost ready for harvest kale, most of it will probably be ready to harvest probably in the next 10 days. That's just a general prediction. The potatoes, I know the potatoes take longer. These are still young. They'll probably be in the almost ready to harvest phase by the time we come back for the kale. And at that point, they'll probably still have another, 30 days maybe, I don't know. Potatoes are a 90-day crop, I think. Yeah. Kale and potatoes for the rest. Well, okay, so kale and potatoes, and then if you want to diversify your diet, you can always just raise a bunch of cows And then just if you feel like having meat, I mean, the amount of effort it takes to raise a cow, in my opinion, in the current form of the game, does not feel like it's a good idea to rely on butchery for like a primary source of food. But a secondary source, you want to add some more protein into your diet. Rabbits. I would do rabbits long before I ever went anywhere near cows, because rabbits breed really quickly, and the meat, they've changed rabbit meat a number of times in terms of like the calorie balance, but they have always made it so that rabbit meat is like insane for proteins. So a long-term nutrition strategy in this game, if you want to be good on your nutrition, like in every way, kale, potatoes, and rabbit. And then, of course, you know, you can spice up the meals by adding other things to it. Oh. Okay, I lied a little bit about crops, which ones I would plant in the future. I lied a little bit. I would do sunflowers again. I completely botched my last harvest of sunflowers. Like, I went on an expedition, and I came back to base, and they were all fucking dead. Probably just a skill issue. I did not keep track exactly of how long their growth phases were. Yeah, so mea culpa on that. I think I deleted sunflowers from my brain after that. Why sunflowers? That is one of the only ways to make an oil that you can add to a meal. So you raise sunflowers, harvest the sunflowers, dry them, harvest the seeds, turn the seeds into seed paste, turn the seed paste into vegetable oil. And then you can make vegetable oil infinitely. That's one of the few things where you can get something that you just add to almost any recipe. To just add boatloads of calories to it. But make a bunch of small salads, add boatloads of vegetable oil to it, and you'll get a lot of calories that way. That being said, if you just stick with vegetable oil that you loot, you're going to run out real fast. We've found a lot more olive oil than vegetable oil in terms of looting. But we can actually make vegetable oil now. We just gotta, I think right now the only way to do it is to make seed paste, and the only thing you can make seed paste from it, I'll need to double check that. I think you can make seed paste from flax seeds, and I don't know if you can do wheat. If you can do wheat, I need to actually, you know what? We're going to be here for a couple days. That is something worth figuring out. Especially if they change anything. I don't know if they change anything. Seed paste is, I guess, one of the newer things, obviously, for B42. So, subject to balance. In real life, I'm pretty sure that there are many things you can make seed paste out of. And then turn around and use the seed paste to make veggie oil. We can see right now the hand-operated press that I currently use just for pottery over here. One of the things you can do is press oil. What you need is oil press, stone block, cheesecloth, seed paste. Where do you get seed paste from? You got to make a mill, a stone mill. And the stone mill, that's easy enough to make since we're high-level carpentry and masonry. Masonry for the wheels, the stone wheels you got to make, and then carpentry to make the thing itself. We maxed those a long time ago, so we're good on that. We'll go ahead and whip together a mill, stone mill, and we'll see what we can do with that. For that, we need a large stone. We need to go north for large stones. There should be some in the field. I think this terrain right here that you're looking at in this residential area, I think all this terrain was generated while there was a brief glitch. There was a brief glitch with terrain generation at one point, where it just didn't generate anything like at all that has like grass or stones or branches on the ground. So like all this terrain right here, there's like it's like perfectly clean. Versus if we look up here, all this terrain up here was generated without that glitch. At least I think the glitch is what prevented it from growing down there. Yeah, this is what terrain's supposed to look like when it gets generated. You know, some branches, thick grass, and large stones right here, like this one. We need at least one of these, probably two. They're too heavy to pick up right now, so we're just locating them. We are really hungry, and we put away the kale because I'm a bit of a doofus. We're also really tired, and there could be Zeds up here, so I don't want to spend a lot of time up here right now. Being really tired and really hungry makes me, I don't want to fight a Zed at all right now. could still kill one with a gun, but the fact that I'm almost combat ineffective for melee, that's not good. Yeah, okay, yeah, look at this, okay. Fuck. Fuck, that's not good, because I don't want to be shooting and drawing them towards my base, so I'm going to kill these guys up in this direction. And we'll use, I mean, we got the shotgun, of course. Tired and hungry is not going to stop me from one-shotting Zeds with the shotgun. But, of course, then this happens, right? Then this happens. Ones that weren't there before are now here. We have completely wiped out everything in this area before, but zombies respawn now, so... look at all that. Yep. I was expecting something along those lines. I'm gonna switch calibers. We don't need to shotgun most of these. And these are only the fast ones, which tells me there is probably a back line of medium and slow ones coming up behind these guys. Yep, there's a slow one. Now, what I don't want to do is just keep pushing forward and then just, you know, have them coming up behind me. No. Oh, hey, Blake. Good to see you again. We are doing all right here. Doing all right. I think, Bloody, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, you were one of the folks who wanted to see me hit up the Grand Ohio Mall. I'm delighted to say that I have not actually done that yet, so if you are. Since when is grinding cooking so damn tedious? Okay, so do you have the books? And if you have the books, do you have some animals that you can kill? And then cook all of the meat at once after you kill it? Because that's actually one of the ways I got a literal ton of cooking experience really quickly. Right now, if you just, like, kill an animal, like a large animal, like even just a cow, and just toss all of the meat that you get, just toss it all straight into a campfire. And as soon as you finish cooking all that meat, you'll get a little bit of experience for every bit of it. And then you can just, you know, you can turn around and use that meat that you cooked again in salads, and adding it to salads. That also, you're double dipping on the experience that way. By cooking the meat first and then tossing it into a salad afterwards, you're basically double dipping on cooking experience. We got to level 10 cooking, like, within the first, I don't remember exactly. After a certain point, I really just stopped caring about cooking experience. It gets more annoying when you're at the higher levels of cooking, believe it or not. I actually cannot stand the fact that I now, cooking level 10 is so efficient that everything you use leaves leftovers. And as somebody who likes to keep his inventories nice and clean of useless things, having little bits of meat that only reduce, like, 2 hunger, having those little silly little leftovers, oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. It really bothers me. But that's just a pet peeve. For the people who want to do I've got very low supplies and I want to survive, those folks are going to be very happy with high-level cooking, because you're getting a lot more out of any individual thing that you're adding recipes. So what I'm eating right now is just a candy bar that actually doesn't have a lot of calories, but shuts the hunger up. Because I am about to be done with a weight gain phase. I don't want to gain too much more weight. Oh, okay, so if it's in B41, the same thing is still true if you cook a lot of units of meat all at once. Same thing, obviously, the same principle applies, but it's a little bit, obviously, in B41 with no animal husbandry. You don't have the ability to just get a massive influx of fresh meat out of nowhere. I think, was trapping still a thing in B41? I can't remember. Like, I think trapping was one of those things that was a really simple thing back in B41. But even then, of course, you know, you would only get, like, small animals that way. No larger animals. You know, speaking of animals, I actually completely forgot that I brought some cows and chickens to Louisville. I literally completely forgot about them. They're currently at Foxtrot. They may be dehydrating to death. I am a bit of a... I'm sometimes not good with keeping track of animals that I've put into temporary accommodations. All the animals that I left at Riverside are set for life. but the ones that I left in temporary accommodations, they may actually be dead. As an overnight activity, we're going to go check on them now. If they're still alive, obviously we'll save them. We went through the effort of bringing them here. But if they're dead, well, fuck. Skill issue of the nth degree. Yes, okay, yeah, so trapping, yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, you want to grind a lot of cooking experience, trapping will get you an influx of fresh meat. That being said, there's probably other things that you can find just, in really high quantity that you can just cook and then turn around and use in a recipe. Of course, now, if you're in the second month, then the power is definitely out. So that means that any fridges you raid are everything's gonna be spoiled. Cooking is one of those things that's a lot easier to grind in the early game. Because, you know, in the early game, obviously, you can just raid your neighbor's fridge, and there will still be either fresh or at least stale food. But now that everything is rotten, I regret to inform that cooking is going to be harder to level than it would have been. But nothing unexpected about that. So we are going to Foxtrot, and unfortunately, the highway, 31 West, leading to Foxtrot, full of respawns. Not entirely unexpected, but damn it. Still annoying. I may do a full sweep of 31 West. It actually would make sense to me to do a full sweep of 31 West. Because now that I see that we have lots of respawns on it. Yeah, okay. We will top up our gas tank at Golf here on the way back. I say that. If there are cows left to save, then there needs to not be zombies to stress them out. Damn it. Open to consideration. I will consider my tactics on that. I think it is, yes. I think it is. And at that point, well, of course, you know, by the time you grind to the cooking level 7, usually at that point you've already got a workflow established that will constantly get you experience. Now, that being said, I mean, honestly, once I get past like cooking level 4 or 5, if I could keep it there and just stop gaining cooking experience, I might do that in the future. But I don't know if B41 did not have the problem that I was talking about before, where cooking just gets you a shit ton of random stupid leftovers that I don't have to deal with. I don't think B41 had that problem. So thankfully the cows are not dead. And these buckets out here that just filled up with rainwater, all we gotta do is dump that in their trough. Oh, they're fine, yeah, they are perfectly fine. They're so fine, I didn't even need to use the entirety of both of these, buckets. That's great. I must have been back here to top them up earlier than I thought I had. But that's good. That means we are not in any sort of rush to worry about keeping these animals alive. They are fine for now. Of course, we do have our forge and our bridge here. I would have built this base up into something a lot more impressive if it had proved to be as strategically valuable as I thought it would. This place was very strategically valuable for the ingress into Louisville, but now that we have, you know, completed the ingress, what's more valuable to us is, you know, something more central to the city, which that's what Jericho is. So we have already picked up everything that we would ever want to have from here. Yeah, this is just a okay. Now this generator, I don't think this is the last generator that I have at Foxtrot here. I don't think it is, but if it is, then I will need to keep that in mind. Because technically speaking, I don't need to have a generator at Foxtrot. The forge is useful, but it doesn't merit its own generator. Yeah, I think I will take that back with me. Okay. So in the back of my mind, I'm establishing a logistics train to take some cows back, maybe some chickens too, to Jericho. But, of course, I can only take a couple at a time with these animal trailers. Which one of these animal trailers had the best condition? I think it was this one here that looks pretty, but I don't remember actually. Yes, the pretty looking one is the best condition. That just means it's the easiest to tow without problems. Yeah, this one was... I just located it randomly in the area. There is nothing in it that is of use to me. I will take the hay out of it and put it in the other one. So when we came here, when we first came down here, we only had a Holstein cow and a calf with us. That calf has since grown up into a bull, and the cow has since had a calf of her own. And we also found a bull locally. So we actually have a lot more cow now that we than we did before. Those buckets that I picked up, I am going to just put those into the grass, or the trailer too. Some sprites pop out of the gravel no matter what you try. I have actually, I'm not sure. I think, I remember that being a thing in Build 41. I actually have no idea. I don't think that has happened at all for me here in Build 42. And of course, drawing on my memories of B41, that was a long time ago. Well, not just a long time ago, but a long time of playing Zomboid ago, right? I only earned about 700 hours total of this game on B41, and I'm now sitting at 2,300 hours of Project Zomboid, so whatever the math is on that, well over 1,000 hours has been spent on B42. Yeah, most of all this, all this stuff needs to come with me back to Jericho, because Jericho needs to have this stuff. Some of it can stay, that's fine. Obviously, a little bit of stuff at Foxtrot is perfectly fine, because Foxtrot's strategic value is the fact that it is on a stopping point on my way back to my custom road. My custom road, which goes through Indiana, off-map, and takes me to West Point, so that I avoid all the silly respawns at the military checkpoint if I want to enter and leave Louisville easily. This road is not complete. I think this week I might fix it up, depending on how things go with our progression through Louisville and the streams this week. I may fix up that road in Indiana this week. I don't even know if I'll do that this stream. If so, it'll be a long time from now, because I have an order of operations that I want to execute right now. I don't want to get distracted by that, but it is something I kind of want to shove into the queue of my long-term activity planning. Yeah. Because right now, I got this, for anybody joining, if you're not familiar, I spent many hours on this character, building a bridge out of dirt across the Ohio River twice. The first time was here from Louisville to Indiana, which is just a tract of land on the other side of the Ohio River. There's no buildings or zombies or loot opportunity other than like whatever spawns into the story system, which is extremely limited. And then I cut my way through the forest. There's a forest that uses the wilderness overgrowth system. I cut my way through that forest in a very indirect way, and it's a very inconvenient way. It works, but it takes a lot longer to get through it than I would like. So I have a lot of work left to do to make it efficient. This little red X, actually, this is where I stopped clearing brush in a straight line and started clearing brush just where it was most convenient to do. And when I say most convenient, what I really mean is short-term convenience. Because in the long term, I gotta backtrack and figure out exactly where I cleared it. It's a little hard to describe exactly, but yeah. And then this X on this hand is where there's a straight line from this X all the way to this side of the river. This green line indicates there is a big shift in the wilderness overgrowth system that I can't really fully explain why it happened, but south of this line, the wilderness looks a lot like it normally does. North of this line, the wilderness is like empty. There's trees and a couple of bushes, and that's it. There's no like grass. There's no tall grass. There's no tall grass. There's no stones. There's no branches, and that is actually easier to traverse through than actual full-on wilderness growth. So anyway, while we're here, the plan was to pick up some of the stuff that I left here. Some of the stuff being nothing particularly important. Nothing particularly important. Yeah, we'll just start separating this into some garbage bags. We got fog today, so we're not doing heavy combat, but it's perfectly fine to skirmish. We can skirmish our way back down the road, the main road, so that we can clear a section of 31 West from Foxtrot to Jericho. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. We'll start with the herbs. I got a billion dried herbs here that I brought from Riverside. Those I made myself. Take the tea bags. We'll take... That's it for the moment. Then we will take the coffee. And... Okay. And that, hey, there's a garbage bag full of high priority right there. Now, when it comes to breaking things with a sledgehammer, I don't think you can break gravel with a sledgehammer. If we could, actually, we'd be able to see right now. I should have a sledgehammer in this vehicle. I don't. The other vehicle is now my best hauler. So this hauler does not have a field kit in it because I'm a doofus. I mean, actually, no, that's perfectly intentional. Perfectly intentional. Something I do like about just the clicking the loot all button is it starts with the lower encumbrance stuff, and then it moves to the higher encumbrance, right? So we just filled up a garbage bag of stuff, and all that's left now are the heavier things. Just something I find interesting about this game's prioritization system. Naming these garbage bags F1 and F2 so I know what they are. We've got a whole bunch of rotten stuff on the ground. What you're looking at right here, all this like 60 encumbrance worth of rotten food, it's all stuff I grew myself, and I had kept frozen, and I'd been very meticulous about keeping it frozen so that it wouldn't lose freshness. And then just something happened. I don't exactly know what, but it all went straight from being frozen and fresh to rotten. I think it might have like unfrozen for like a second, and that might have been all that needed to happen. C. C is for compost. So I am bringing back this rotten stuff with me, actually, now that I have compost bins to shove the rotten stuff into. See, even the jars of food that we made went rotten instantly, and I don't know why. This jar of bell peppers, 6 of them. Jar of broccoli, 4 of them. Jar of tomatoes, 9 of them. We went through a lot of effort to make all of those. We had to make the jars. We had to make the jar lids. We had to collect all of the vinegar that we looted from other places and congregate it all in the right place, and then we made the jars, and then they were perfectly fine after we made them. We closed and reopened the game, and they were all rotten. I have no idea exactly why that happened. My current running theory is just the fact that we have survived so long that there's probably a mechanic that goes around and makes stuff that spawns in, like jars of food that spawns in. Because we have survived like over a year, it takes 1 year for jars of food to expire, to go rotten. I think because we've survived for so long, whatever mechanic it is that's causing every jar of food to spawn in rotten, I think whatever that mechanic is, I think it's affecting jars that we make ourselves. That is my current theory. That's the only thing that could possibly explain why jars of food that I made lately just instantly went rotten versus jars of food that I made a while ago. There's actually something weird with those. Back at Riverside, I have a bunch of jars of food that don't seem to have a freshness stat. I think that is probably caused by the, that was probably caused by the change of major version, right? All that stuff we made with jarring it, we made that on 42.10. And I think the change to 42.11 probably, I don't know, maybe it deleted the freshness stat or something, so those jars don't have freshness. Or maybe when we try to open them, the freshness will kick in and they'll go and instantly turn rotten. I have no idea. I haven't even bothered messing with them. They're all back at Riverside. They're not here, so that's a problem to think about in the future. Just something very interesting that's happened with rotten food, or with jars going rotten. But I will take them with me and open them and toss them into the compost, because, you know, containers full of rotten food will still turn into compost, and it'll leave the containers behind afterwards. So I'm gonna garbage bag J for jars. And now we want to have some more garbage bags of food, because we got some heavy form food here. I didn't quite intend on picking up everything from this place, and I still don't, but all we're gonna leave right now is like just some soda. And sure, these hunting knives that... No, I'm taking the hunting knives. Those are the pretty ones. In fact, I'm gonna actually start using one of them. So the hunting knives, the ones that you loot, look a lot prettier than the ones you can make. Look at how beautiful, bright, and shiny that is. You cannot repair those. You can reforge them, but then they look ugly after you reforge them. So, yeah. Do I really care about that? Not really. The stats are all the same, but sometimes we're here for the appearance instead of the stats. I mean, we could be a lot more heavily armored right now if we didn't care about appearance, but, you know, we look nice. We're here for the drip sometimes. Sometimes we are here for the drip. Everything in this container is low priority. So we're just gonna have a garbage bag LP. So one of those garbage bags that's in the trunk can actually go into the passenger seat because... And you know what? One of them can also go in the glove because there's nothing in this vehicle. So that the one there with a little bit of perishable crap goes in the passenger seat. Or the glove, and this one here goes in the passenger seat, and that's great. Okay. Pro tip, regardless of how much your traits let you store in containers, a garbage bag is always equal to the storage space of a vehicle seat. I think that's been consistent even since B41. So straight into my backpack I'll put most of the stuff here that is electrical related. I think I will just leave a couple of things. I can pack light bulbs into a box ×2. Right? No, for some reason I was able to do that once, but I cannot do it a second time. Don't know why. Don't really care that much why. A couple of light bulbs left over here is fine. And spare batteries, I like to leave spare batteries everywhere. I never replaced the latest one that I used in my Alice kit, so we're doing that now. One of these goes straight to my Alice kit, as it were. Still have plenty of room for stuff in garbage bags, so the rest of this stuff goes in there. Some of this stuff here is stuff that I actually brought from Riverside, like in anticipation that I might not find enough locally, and then I just found so much locally that I was like, no, I didn't need this, so I ended up leaving it at Foxtrot, not thinking about it again. So we've congregated everything that we're going to leave here into this corner bin. A couple of bandages will be fine. All of my field bases should have just a couple of first aid supplies, enough to refill myself if I have to heal myself out in the field and I need to reload what I carry with me. That's usually how that goes. Floodlights are no longer needed back here. So, lately, something that I probably should have kept better track of in the past, the battery connectors for lights have been fixed entirely. So if we want to add a battery connector to a light source, like one of those construction lights, we can now do that. Which is exactly what I'm going to do for the one back here. Hang on a second. Need to get rid of this because it's in the way, and then I'm going to take the generator with me. Disconnect. I think we got room for that in the trunk. Yeah, just barely. And there is a full trunk right there. I need to check and see if anything in here anywhere has electrical parts. I don't think it does. Electrical parts is one of the things I ran short of when I came up here. Like, in addition to what I brought with me. I ran short of those, and then I ran short of what I could find, and then for a little while there, I was just completely out. I have a lot now, but none here. So if I want to make a battery connector, I need some electrical parts. You know what I'm going to do? Just going to take the radio out of the, take the radio out of this van and disassemble it really quick. Fine. I'll replace it with a better radio sometime in the future. So I craft a battery connector, and then I can add a battery to it. And I double checked that I didn't use my own battery. I did not. And since it's daytime, the only way I can tell if the light is on by looking at it. Look at that. No generator required. All we need is that light for local crafting up here. The floodlights. What I'm going to do is take out another military backpack and hand carry that. And there is nothing else up here that I am particularly concerned with, because I already have copies of all of these tools and everything else. Plenty of copies of those back at Jericho. So something very weird about animal trailers in this game. I have not yet figured out exactly what causes this. But sometimes, after a while, if you've had an animal trailer for a bit and just leave it alone, come back a little bit later and try to put an animal in it. Sometimes the first animal you try to put in it will instantly die. And I don't know why that happens. I don't think the devs are working on that. If they have been, it hasn't been fixed completely. So what that means is the first animal that I'm going to put into this trailer is going to be just a chicken, because chickens are... I've got plenty of them and they grow much faster than cows. So if that silly glitch kills one of them, well, it's just a chicken. That just means I'll be eating chicken for one of my next upcoming meals here. Speaking of eating, I'm in need of some food. What I'm going to do is drink some of that milk that I left in a jar back here. How many chickens do I have over here? 2 leghorns in this group. I should have a breeding pair of leghorns over here. And when I say breeding pair, what I really mean is they're supposed to be breeding, but I don't see any fertilized eggs yet. For some reason, in my other chicken coop, they went absolutely nuts, and I had so many chickens that I literally had to go in there and start killing them, otherwise the game would start getting a memory leak because of how many chickens there were. That was unfortunate. But for some reason, these ones aren't breeding yet, so I don't know what's going on there. It might just be that I'm not spending enough time in the area. It might, animal breeding might be one of those things that only happens if the player is, like, in the area. In any case, Leghorn HLB is our guinea pig. Let's put her in here and see what happens. She did not die. Excellent. That tells me that this trailer is safe to receive more animals. So I'm going to grab the rest of my chickens first. And then what we'll do is we'll see which one of the cows can fit. The cows are all different sizes. Because we have like a juvenile... Oh, no, we have an adolescent, a juvenile, and 2 adults. This was the master bedroom, I think. But no, the this was supposed to be temporary. We got here, and then we started building out a base, and then our priorities shifted a little bit, so the temporary became... It was about as temporary as a government solution to something. 430. I think 430 is way too little space for a bowl. So what that tells me is after we put the cockerel in there, we're going to need to, I think, just the juvenile, most likely. $404, that's tight. For a cow, that's tight. Usually cows, as soon as they get out of the calf phase, usually they start getting close to 400 and then going over. So I'm going to try the smallest cow first, and that's going to be Athena 2B here, because Athena 2B is the one who is the youngest, so she should have the least mass. Or I'm sorry, 2C, Athena 2C. My naming convention for the animals is basically, I get an initial cohort, I give them all unique names, usually alphabetical, and then I start naming their offspring. The first generation is 2. Females 2, and then males 2. And of course, if 2 has a baby, then they become 3. But if there are multiple 2s of the same sex, like Athena, I think she's had that is her. This right here is Athena's third female offspring. And so instead of instead of adding to the numeral, you don't want to add to the numeral if you're not skipping a generation, so we're adding just to the letter that follows the numeral. So back at Riverside, there's a Athena 2A and Athena 2B, but Athena 2C here is, that's the third. So what that tells me, Athena was actually too big. I could not fit her and her brother/father. I could not fit both of those in a single trip, right? So if I want to get all the cows, I have to do no less than 3 more trips. I don't know if we'll do those all at once. We're going to see how we can handle this one here. I do know for my final trip, I will come back here and pick up the ambulance. Because the ambulance doesn't need to stay here. That's just a... I always kind of favored it as a refueling vehicle. It's a pretty ambulance, but the condition of the engine is no good, so it's not a combat vehicle. I know, right? Well, yeah, so the growth phases for B42 animals, you've got baby, juvenile, adolescent, and adult. And adolescent and adults are the ones that are capable of breeding, while just like the difference between... Oh, no, sorry, there's actually 2 phases of juvenile. There is juvenile, and then there's juvenile weaned. Weaned just means that it no longer relies on its mother for food. So you've got baby and juvenile; those rely on their mother for food and must. Well, you either have to have the mother around to feed them, or you have to hand feed them if there is no mother, or if something stupid is. This happens sometimes with the sheep and the cows. The mother will stop producing milk, and the babies will start to die unless you hand feed them. Yeah, that's. Don't know exactly what causes that, but it's annoying. So, speaking of annoying. We have 2 choices to get them back to our destination. 1, we could just go straight around the zombies. 2, we could stop and get out and kill the zombies long before they get anywhere near us. If the zombies get too close to the animals get stressed. And I don't want the animals to get stressed. Do I have somewhere I can put these floodlights? I might be able to fit them in the, I think I can fit them in the, yep. I can fit them in the feeding section of the trailer here. Perfect. This will just make it easier for me to get out and fight and come back. Oh, you know what? I was supposed to refuel. The gas station is clear, so I might as well. I do have a gas station closer to Jericho and more conveniently placed than this one. But this one is basically in the center of my supply line. So it will always have a generator, and every time I pass through it, I will clear it out. And like I said, every time I pass through it, because zombies seem to congregate at gas stations. So not only do I got to deal with this one, there are probably some that will be crawling out of the woodwork since we fired up the generator. I'm actually going to do a quick check, just a visual check on this side. Nothing immediately. Trees might be line of sighting, but yeah, just care about the immediate for now. And we're not going to fast forward very much because I need to hear. Okay, we are good. Yeah, see, look at that. There was one that came, but he did not notice us. Just heard the generator. We do have a battery charger and a bunch of charged batteries here. Just gonna leave those there. They are a strategically valuable resource. This far in, all these months in, every vehicle we find, with very, very few exceptions, almost every vehicle we find is gonna have its battery dead already. So having charged batteries just laying around, yeah, that's valuable. We've got battery chargers. We even have we literally have a battery, or a car recovery vehicle, right? A dedicated vehicle for car recovery. It's, you know, got a full set of tools, full set of gas cans, full set of battery chargers and charged batteries in it. But we can't always have that vehicle with us everywhere, so leaving some charged batteries in certain places, useful. And now we enter 31 West, which 31 West, filled with respawns. And we don't want them to get too close to the trailer. And because we have animals in the trailer, we can't use the gun unless we want to deal with the animals being stressed for the rest of their life. They get stressed very easily by firearms in the near vicinity. So if you're towing around animals and you want to keep them in good shape, no shooty gunny, no shoot gun. Away put your weapon. We're strictly meleeing. This, if nothing else, will make it easier to, oh shit, okay. So, we've got the idiots in the graveyard who are hearing our engine and moving closer to the fence. They can't get to us, but they can smack the fence, and that stresses us, and that stresses our animals, I think. I have a feeling that our current haul of animals, there might be no way to keep them stress-free. We'll see what we can do. Thankfully, the cow that we have, because she's a juvenile, she's not a milk producer, and she won't be for a while. So we don't have to worry about that necessarily yet. I just don't want her to get perma-stressed. If your animals get too stressed, they will be stressed for the rest of their lives. Don't know what mechanic makes that a thing, but there is a mechanic that does that. I had turkeys at one point in one of my earlier runs. And I kept them for like 6 months, and I pet them every time I could. For the first couple of weeks, I would pet them every single day. Petting an animal is supposed to reduce the stress. For the first couple of weeks, I pet them every single day, and then, you know, subsequently, I would pet them whenever I drove past that area. They never stopped being at maximum level stress, which is agitated. It shows up as agitated. And so, yeah. Whatever mechanic that is, if it's intentional or not, I don't know. All I know is they get stressed enough, they'll never be unstressed. One character that I've lost in this game. I have lost one character. Well, I've lost many characters. The one that comes to mind right now, this was back in B41. I had a character, Dixie Lyrica. Pretty much Annie's build, except she was a blonde. So, like, almost like Butters, but, blonde with wavy hair. Anyway, she died because I was fighting in a street, and I didn't turn fast enough. And the zombies that were on me that I was just trying to lead out of the way, they nailed me from behind. A hit from behind, obviously, in this game on default settings. A hit from behind is almost a death sentence. This is a long time ago, though. I want to say that I have gotten better at movement mechanics since then. But I just had a brief flashback to that when I saw that Zed getting somewhat close to me because I turned around too slowly. I mean, they never even winded up a grab animation, so we were fine, but still. Flashbacks. Now this is a milestone, a weather-based milestone. We are now sweating so much that we are stage 2 wet from our own sweat. And what does that mean? That means we're not going to be able to wear this leather jacket much longer. So I'm going to have to start thinking about that. This guy, I think, was just a regular hiker. Yeah. Sometimes I see the hiking backpack and I get excited, and then, you know, literally just alcohol wipes and peanuts in it. Yeah, I do like to imagine my animals being the that gif of the cat having the Vietnam flashbacks. That's probably the perma-stressed animals right there. Another way that I've taken a bite, this was in B42 actually, was a Zed in the blind spot. Public service announcement. I don't have too many live viewers right now. Most folks watching might be people who have seen this before, but it bears repeating. If I can save just one person by pointing this out. There's a blind spot in your vehicles. Where am I? Where'd I go? I disappeared because the north side of your vehicle is, you can never see on the other side of it. There could be, and if it's a big vehicle like a step van, be a zombie standing there and you wouldn't know. That's why I approach that very carefully. But I need to move quickly now because the Zeds back there are grouping up, and I don't want the animals to stress themselves to death. Now, the animals make unique noises when they're stressed. I haven't started hearing stress noises yet, so they're fine for the moment. It takes more than just one zombie standing nearby for a couple seconds to stress them, so. I'm going to drink a little bit of coffee because we still have daylight and I still need to fight, but the fatigue is cutting my damage in half, and that's no good. So that problem has been solved. Just about to get hungry, so I'm going to go ahead and take off my... Still wearing the mask. I don't really even need to be wearing the mask right now. If I pull that off, I will not die. And it wouldn't even be extremely painful for me or anyone else. This area is mostly clear. I'm thinking now about the jacket. It's not going to hurt anything to go ahead and take it off now. I will look ugly for a little while, but that's, you know, we'll just deal with it. Jacket is getting left on the driver's seats. I'll take the long johns off as well. So my protection levels went down rather significantly. And I also look ugly now. I look very ugly now. But nothing I can do about that immediately. Okay, this area of the highway is good. So why do I look so ugly? The jacket was hiding the Alice kit. So because I was wearing the leather jacket, the Alice kit was not visible. And then, of course, I'm wearing medical scrubs and a medical t-shirt, which is that's actually lowest insulation possible. So my under layers are actually already optimized for really hot weather. There's actually a very small chance that I'll get cold if I stand still too long without those under layers, but that's fine. Basically, the insulation on those two layers right there, the medical shirt and the medical scrubs, are almost negligible. Those are the lowest insulation things that you can put in those slots that still have coverage all the way down the sleeve. And I'm particularly concerned about things like that because I like to be able to fight in the heat of summer while still having as many limbs covered with patched clothing. See, right now, without the leather jacket, we're still in the green for most of the body, but our forearms have gone down to 40%, and our torso also 40%. Legs have taken a bit of a hit, too. I mean, our thighs are at 50. I may actually, as part of my summer kit, unironically wear thigh protectors. I don't know if I've ever found shin protectors in black yet. Okay, we've got 31 West completely clear now, I think. Oh, no. There was a whole line up here. Yep. Okay. Hey, this is my turn, though. Okay. I think that's my turn? Oi. I'll double check that. That's interesting. A tree layered in front of a telephone pole. Nice. I think this is my turn, though. Hang on. Yeah, this is my turn to Jericho. So, I don't have to keep 31 West all the way through South 1st Street. I don't have to clear it past this point. My supply line is basically incentivizing me to just turn right here. So I don't actually care about that section. You know what? What I might actually do is just go ahead and mark that on the map. I might just mark that on the map. Let's mark it with green arrows. Where's the match perspective button? Is there one? No, there's not. You know what? That's going to be tedious. We're going to use notes, and I'm going to do little text arrows. 6, and I'll copy paste that. Yeah, that's much easier. That's much easier. And then I can rotate it. Yeah, I like that a lot. Okay. In fact, I added too many. Okay, so this is the section of 1st Street that I need to keep clear. It is from Gulf to Waverly. Or, yeah, the gas station, Gulf, to Waverly Street. There we go, the match perspective checkbox. Now I need to size it up a little bit. Okay. Much, much better. So basically we just got a bunch of little green arrows on the road now to indicate that this is a section of road that needs to be kept clean. Oh, we're past the character limit. Fuck. Okay. We made that a little bit too big then. So we just got to delete shit until we're... There we go. I kind of wish it just wouldn't let me type anymore. That would be more useful than just graying out the OK button. Okay. Not as cool, but that works. Now we may see some on the road after we turn here, and that's because I was fighting near this road yesterday and I discharged the shotgun a few times. Yeah, that's what it is. corpses right there, and we're okay. We're okay right here. There was a part of me that wanted to start using this railroad track as a road, because this actually goes all the way to the rail yard, and the rail yard is my. So that's how I would go to. That's how I would go to Zulu, and then to Reed from there. However, that being said, that won't take me through a area with a water source. So I actually do have a water-based incentive to stick with the road that I made. No respawns in the residential. I'm happy about that. Okay, here we are. So I do not have a destination for the animals yet. That shouldn't be too hard to whip one up, seeing as I've already accepted a loss of driving space on this side. I could go ahead and put an animal area just right there next to those dumpsters. Yeah. In fact, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Yeah. Okay. I don't have to tolerate the presence of this fence right here. Remember, these wooden fences, these tall wooden fences, at least in my interpretation, these are now a strategic detriment everywhere they are, because they are too tall to see on the other side of. You can't tell how many Zeds are on the other side of them, and Zeds attack them now. So let's just say there was Zeds respawned in this guy's backyard, and I started hearing the thumpity thump of a Zed attacking the fence. I wouldn't have no fucking idea where it is. I would have to run all the way around the fence to the other side, find where it got stuck thumping the fence, kill its ass, and then go all the way back around. And that's just, especially when you're trying to fight in big residential areas in Louisville, where there's always backyards full of zombies, that adds up to an extreme annoyance really fast. So where I have the jurisdiction to just annihilate these fences, there's almost no reason not to. I need planks anyway, so. It's the first time I cut a hole. We checked the backyard to make sure there actually aren't Zeds back here anywhere. That was just a hypothetical, but you know, take nothing for granted. So I mean, once I take out a corner of this fence, I'll slap some gravel down, and there's just an extension of my driveway area. And I'm happy with that. I like being able to drive easily through places, especially if I have to drive through those places a lot. Maybe just so that I'll leave the fence like flush with the house back there. So we'll disassemble it all the way up to here. Beetles. It's beetle season. I'm getting some beetles in my apartment. If I see more than 2 at once, I'm going to call maintenance. Have them send the bug guys through. Hello. Okay, we're getting rid of the trees now. I literally left an axe right here. Literally left this axe for next time I was going to log in this area. Better. I think I'll do the same actually in this direction. We'll use the edge of the house to determine where to stop. So yeah, there's our spot. Nice. Okay. Now, if I was a sensible person, I would probably use the fences of the house there as a part of my making an animal enclosure. In fact, at one point, y'all have already seen me, I used the interiors of houses as like temporary accommodations for the animals, because what is the interior of a house but a bunch of invulnerable walls? But no, now that we're actually in building custom things, we're going to go ahead and put together a enclosure for the aminals. Wait a minute, can I? Hang on. I can take the doghouse with me. I mean, there's no dogs in the game right now. But I could put that down and have it use my imagination and call it a chicken coop. I could do that. So, now here's a consideration that I have in mind that I'm thinking about, of course. If I put walls like flush with the front of the base here, that's attack surface for the zombies. Right now, all this right here, none of this is attack surface for the zombies. So by putting in this corner, I am increasing the attack surface for the zombies. Just something that I'm thinking about, not necessarily going to stop me. Okay, I think I'll just make a little, it doesn't have to be big. There's never going to be that many animals here. Go from there to here. So what does that mean in terms of... Wow, that's a lot of garbage. That's a lot. I actually started putting some of those... I've started putting furniture in here because I ran out of room for it. So what that tells me is I need to get rid of these dumpsters so I have more room for the animals. And then I need to... A gate would be nice. I don't have to have a gate. All animals in this game can fit through human-sized doors. So you technically don't need a gate. And I also don't drive into animal pens as generally a rule of thumb. It's really hard to get animals to not get in your way when you're driving. So while it might sound sensible to be able to drive into animal pens, in practice, it hasn't lined up that way for me very well. And since it is annoying to back trailers up, usually what I like to do is make my animal pens so that, you know, I can just drive the trailer up next to the entrance and then lead them through the entrance. And in that case, the front of the entrance would go best on this side. So I could do another 1, 2, 3, 4. I could do another fence, just like a chain link fence. Yeah, we're gonna do chain link for the front of the area. And then we're going to do something I used to do. No, we don't need to do that. We're just going to do regular wooden walls for this side. Yeah. Right? Let me take a quick inventory of my materials for welding. Because part of me wants to do wire fencing for the entire animal enclosure, because then you can see where the animals are much easier. If I can see where the animals are, then, well, it annoys me a lot less. But very rarely do I have the materials available to very easily do that. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Okay. If I wanted to make a big wire fence, the cost is pipes. And there's no other options. I love how they did this. They added the ability to have alternative resources, and then they only added it to barricades. All these other metal poles or wire fences must be made out of pipes. Cannot use. And of course, I bitched about this before, but pipes, you can't make pipes right now. You can't make pipes. The only thing you can make with blacksmithing is bars. And pipes, well, I'd kind of rather use them for pipe bombs. I have a lot of pipes, that's not necessarily the problem, and I can get more. And I know I will get more, because as we progress further down First Street, North First Street here, this little black X right here, this black X indicates the start of the traffic jam. So everything after this black X, all the way down the bridge here, is a traffic jam full of burned cars everywhere. So we will have opportunities for many, 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 many more iron pipes. So maybe I should be okay with using a few iron pipes to make my life easier for the animals. Okay, I think I'm going to do that. Still, 5 per fence? No, 3 per fence. How wide are these? Is this just one section? I don't know these things. Let's grab a few. The only way to figure out is to get welding materials put together here. And we're going to figure that out now. So I equip a secondary hand with my military backpack. I'm going to take some welding rods. Just 4 units, that'll be fine. And then we have steel sheets. We got... I think we need scrap metal, steel sheets, and... wire. No, not steel sheets. Just scrap metal, wire, iron pipes. I do still have welding torches here somewhere, don't I? I'm gonna laugh really hard if I don't have a single welding torch back here. I don't have a single welding torch back here. I am that much of a doofus. I centralized all of my welding torches, including the empty ones. I don't regret centralizing all of the full ones. I do regret centralizing all the empty ones because now, I mean, you know, if I had just left a few empty ones here, I've got full propane tanks I could refuel them from. Oh, no, okay. I have one welding torch. I have one welding torch and it's in the field kit of Jorgensen and Sons. I am supposed to have one welding torch in the field kit of Jorgensen and Sons, but I don't. What the fuck did I do with this field kit? It's full, and yet it doesn't have a welding torch and a welding mask in it. I put an extinguisher in there instead. The actual fuck is wrong with me? Massive skill issue. Massive skill issue. My own logistics strategy as... massive failure. Now, what do we have on the floor over here? Miscellaneous loot that I have not sorted through yet. Actually, a semi-decent chance of finding a welding torch somewhere near. Maybe I'll get lucky. Because if I don't, that means all of my torches are back at Reed. Which means if I want to build a wire fence, I gotta go all the way back to Reed. Not the worst thing in the world. The animals will survive if I just leave them in the trailer for a day. I'd rather not. I'd much rather not. But it's looking like I have no choice. Because I am a doofus. I have said this before, I'll say it again, I am a doofus. No matter how much I might make it seem like I'm good at this game, I still do sillies. Even by my own standards. And that's always a... right there, I mean, you know, I'm a big advocate of people judging themselves by their own standards. Or better, or sometimes much worse. And by my own standards, I am a doofus right now. Oops. Well, worse things have happened, I suppose. Now, all these containers we have at this base, I'm almost 100% sure that I have made sure not to accidentally leave a welding torch in them. Because that's one of the things I need to keep centralized. So, yep. There's no chance I would have left a welding torch in ambulance here, is there? Okay. At some point, I actually filled out the entirety of the field kit for this ambulance. Saved myself. Okay. I was correct. This ambulance right now is just a charcoal hauler. So I had no incentive to fill out its field kit, but I did. Anyway, we've stayed up a little bit later than we need to. We're going to eat some kale for dinner, and then we are hitting the sack, and we will finish building out our animal pen as an overnight activity. I appreciate everybody sticking around. This is hardly the most compelling Project Zomboid gameplay. We are back in full-on logistics. It is very curious to see that my... Okay, the drive-by viewership is actually not bad. We've had about 100 folks drive by, only 10 concurrents at the moment. So what that tells me is a lot of folks have stopped by and taken a look for a bit and been like, nah, and then moved on. That's, of course, like I said, not the most compelling content at the moment. Project Zomboid is full of sexy, sexy logistics. And, yeah, a lot of people aren't necessarily interested in watching that as live stream content. There's almost nothing I can do to make logistics overly interesting other than just running my mouth the whole time. So if you're here for the yap, there will be plenty of yap. Otherwise, sorry. Alright, propane tank is already in use. We take that with us. We have an entire container of steel, of iron pipes somewhere. But we might not actually have them with us. Yeah, we got broken iron pipes. Those broken iron pipes are supposed to be what I have out in the field with me. But most likely, what I've taken out in the field is intact iron pipes. Oh yeah? Glad to know that I can make your work day a little bit more, hopefully less annoying. Everybody's got a different work life, but very, very, very few work lives these days are not annoying, to say the least. Yeah, we do not have any iron pipes because, of course, like I said before, iron pipes are more useful as pipe bombs. So all the iron pipes that I have are out forward at raid base, where I'm doing all the fighting. That said, we have 17 broken iron pipes right here. Those are what should be up at raid base, because broken iron pipes cannot be used for building, but they can be used for pipe bombs. Just yet another logistics failure right there, by my own standards. I should have this garbage bag full of broken iron pipes. That should almost all those be up at Reed, and the actual iron pipe should be back here. That being said, I do want to have some iron pipes with me going forward at my forward locations, because those are useful for building field defenses to a certain extent. Right, field defenses for the most part, like these little fences here, these metal fences, they're really quick to build if you just carry around a bunch of steel rods. Steel rods you can make with blacksmithing, so you don't run into any of the stupid problems of not being able to make iron pipes. And of course, this right here, this big pile of crap, this constitutes, like, I don't know, a dozen or so burnt wrecks that we've disassembled. Obviously, a long time ago, we got rid of all the iron pipes, so there's no iron pipes to be found here. That's okay. That just means, as much as I would have liked to make a wire fence, we can't. I really just want the iron fence, or the wire fence to be, yeah, I really do want that. And so I'm going to do that. But what that means is I need to go and dismantle one of those burnt wrecks that... there's actually plenty of burned wrecks on 1st Street. So, what I'm going to do is put the bag full of... Okay, we can do multiple things at once here. That's the best way to do this. We can do multiple things at once. I'm going to put... Put that there. We're going to use... I don't have any more vehicles just laying around here that are fully kitted out and emptied. The garage is actually empty right now. Garage would have had the blue van, but that's now in use. The blue van's actually full. We do have another ambulance and another... We have multiple fire trucks back here. The fire trucks have even less storage than the ambulances, so the fire trucks are probably the lowest on the totem pole when it comes to EMS vehicles that I want to have available to me all the time. So we'll probably take one of these with us to go and rip apart a car, burned car, and just fill up the trunk of this thing with all of the stuff we get from that. Yeah, this trunk has already been, I think, repaired all the way. Or close enough. Close enough. So we'll be using this to... And here's what we're going to do. Here's our flow. Here's our order of operations. We're going to use this here fire truck to go back up the direction we came from Foxtrot. We are going to, on our way towards Foxtrot, we're going to disassemble two or three, I guess, burned wrecks, and toss the contents of those burned wrecks into the trunk here. And then, since we're already further towards Foxtrot, we will go back there, grab a couple more cows, toss them in one of the other animal trailers, and come back, so that we are killing That's like 3 birds with 1 stone right there. So we are optimizing what we can do best we can. I'm gonna be real with you guys, I probably should change the thumbnail for this stream. I am being honest with the stream title. It is day, hang on a second, let me double check this. I didn't, oh wow, yeah, Louisville shenanigans, that's in the stream title. I'm being 100% honest about that. Day 661, 100% honest. The thumbnail though is a little bit, the thumbnail implies that we're doing heavy combat in Louisville. That is false advertising right now. We're gonna be doing logistics for a while. So do forgive me, I'm going to spend about a minute or so to update the thumbnail to something a little bit more relevant. Maybe that will result in fewer drive-by viewers being disappointed. We're going to do TBA V2. Oh, that's Terra Invicta. Yeah, I know, right? KT, 100%. Well, okay, you see a crazy woman, but she's not slaughtering everybody. She's just doing logistics. And when I say crazy woman, what I really mean is Annie Mae is being controlled by a autistic guy in a recliner who is not experiencing the apocalypse. Here, PZ Live. TBA, we'll just use swords and gunnery. I mean, you know, this is always technically correct. This is always technically correct. I didn't even bother putting the minor version, so this has been technically correct for the past several builds. Yeah, we'll just use swords and gunnery initial. I do need to update the visuals. It still has her in desert camo, and that's no good. We haven't done desert camo in a while here. Edit. Scroll, 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 thumbnail. TBA swords gunnery. Perfect. You guys will always see swords and gunnery here. As to how much of it, well, that depends on how many times we get attacked, right? There will always be swords and gunnery on my person, so always technically correct, right? Best kind. We need to take some food with us. We are at Jericho a little bit longer than I was expecting. So we're going to top off our water supply. And we do have cow's milk to drink. But we're going to run out of that pretty fast. We'll just take another one with us then. That's actually probably a full day of food right there. Okay, yeah, we're good. This leather is probably almost done. Oh yeah, it'll finish theoretically later today. I mean, once Longblade is 10, I don't really have any... Honestly, I'm probably just going to stop thinking about weapon skills. Weapon skills are just a part of the game. I'm here for the combat, and I occasionally will switch the weapons that I use to level something else other than what I'm currently leveling. But at the end of the day, it's Longblade and firearms. I'm sorry, Longblade and aiming. Those are the most powerful skills in this game, bar none, those two. And aiming is far more... Longblade is more sustainable. Because technically speaking, theoretically, there is a finite number of ammunition that you're going to find on the entire map. I seriously doubt we will blow all of it, but it's theoretically possible. And because that is theoretically possible, what that does is it means that in the very long term, you know, like Murphy's Law term, in the current build of the game, Longblade is what will last forever. It will last forever. You will never run out of things to... Okay, yeah, sure, theoretically possible you could run out of steel. But no, that's not true. Because you can reforge blades, and as long as you don't break your swords completely, there won't be any loss. As long as you don't break your swords, if you let your swords break, there actually some steel gets deleted when that happens. So yes, if you let your swords break, then Longblade is not indefinitely sustainable, but if you catch your swords and reforge them before they break, Longblade is technically infinitely sustainable. Because at that point, all you're doing is wear and tear on your tools. All the tools for Longblade can be repaired or reforged, and all of the cost of reforging beyond the tool usage is charcoal. And charcoal is found at the nearest tree. We will never run out of trees. So I am okay with all of that. Yeah, you can... Well, okay, yeah, you can smelt with broken weapon. I'm just thinking in terms of, like, when you smelt a broken weapon, diminishing returns. So, like, I'm just thinking, like, if we had, like, some AI playing the game to infinity, right? If we just had, like, an AI playing Project Zomboid infinitely, what would they eventually run out of, right? And that, in putting my mindset into that, they would run out of firearms eventually. But they would never run out of steel for, they would never run out of steel for swords as long as they didn't break their swords completely. Then again, of course, you know, the notion of discharging all the firearms on the map is already a bit of a stretch. A bit of a stretch. It's theoretically possible, and it becomes a lot more likely, though, once you start introducing NPCs and multiplayer. That actually becomes... So, is that global? Is that global? Durability being checked twice per hit? Like, is that every single weapon? Because I am very curious about the specifics of that. I knew there was a condition degradation issue. That I definitely knew that for sure. But I did not know the extent. And being two checks per hit, that still feels really bad for our spear bros. Right now, spears break so fast that even if you cut the current breakage in half, it'd still feel pretty bad for our spear bros. Okay, so we have taken apart 2 cars, and we have gotten enough iron pipes for not even 1 fence. We're not doing too much fencing. No, we're not doing too much fencing. We are gonna... That's painful, yeah. That is... I'm probably very privileged right now by the fact that, well, in 42.10, there were certain weapons that felt like they almost never degraded. Like guns. In 42.10, I don't think guns degraded much at all. I could not think of any situation in 42.10 where I was still leveling guns at the time. I can't think of any time I damaged them. I always just chalked that up to being high-level maintenance, but that was clearly not within the dev's vision. Broken iron pipes, none for this one? Okay, that's fine. We have acquired 10 iron pipes. That's enough for a fence. That's all I care about for now. Alright, so the stuff we actually need in the short term is in the backpack. And everything else is going to go in the trunk. And this will just be another metal storage vehicle, as it were. We're only actually going to be able to fill up 1 car's worth of stuff here. Yeah. Yeah, that actually is... It's almost full already. Maybe we can take the best stuff in these other piles, but after that... This propane tank just laying on the ground right here, that is an empty one from previous activities of destroying cars on this street. So we prioritize just the steel sheets, wire, bars, and engine parts for now. Everything else, nah. The blocks, the chunks, those all require extra charcoal to be shaped into something useful. Interesting. Yeah, I don't change any of the sandbox settings, so I probably never would have noticed anything like that, but there's definitely some container reset issues that I'm being affected by. Okay. The trunk is pretty much full, so I can actually... I don't have animals to worry about. So I can shoot these guys with no... That was a waste. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, that sucks. That definitely sucks. Okay, I don't really care about most of the rest of these. Just want to get the ones that are actually on this side of the road. So, interesting fact, a canteen full of cow's milk seems to be exactly the correct amount to reduce your hunger. Usually I do fountain cups, which is 300 milliliters, but 250 I think is actually the perfect amount. The fountain cup strategy I've been using is kind of just a way to overcompensate. Didn't notice a lot of these guys on the previous trip. Now these two were only slow, but as you can see, they're going straight to the middle of the road. Oh, geez Louise, that is painful. 3,000 Zeds at Guns Unlimited. That sounds like I either got extremely lucky with my random distribution, or you may have increased the Zed spawn count. The only thing I can say, if you did increase the Zed spawn count, is, well, the devs are currently, they're doing a lot of work on balancing it, so increasing the spawn count beyond what they're currently working on is, that's going to make it feel even weirder. Up to you whether that actually feels good or not, but that's kind of my calculus at the moment. I mean, respawns alone are more than enough Zeds for me. I know what a lot of people like to do, just based on what I've seen in the Steam comments, is that they like to increase the spawn count, but then turn off respawns. And that, not a bad strategy, but having tried it a couple times back in B41, it didn't quite produce the effect that I wanted. I mean, obviously it got rid of the respawns being a problem, but it felt, I don't know, something about it felt weird. Could just be a me thing. I am aware of some people who've played this game for thousands of hours with respawns off and have still enjoyed themselves, so there's definitely something to be found there. I just wish they didn't feel as weird. They feel very weird even if you're on full default settings. Getting some frame rate drops, and I'm actually not 100% sure why. I usually expect to see frame rate drops when I'm like driving past a bunch of zombie corpses. But no, now I'm just kind of seeing them, just, I guess because, I don't know. Because of reasons, I suppose. Alright, so. Because we're not using the animal trailer that I know is confirmed safe to use, we actually risk that glitch I was talking about earlier. Both of these animal trailers are ones that I recovered, like busted ass ones that I recovered. Because of that, we actually run the risk of that glitch happening, I think, a lot more. So, what I think I don't know if I want to back up the save. Actually, no. Okay, I don't have to back up the save completely. Something that I learned, and I posted a separate video about this, if you guys want to hear the full breakdown on it. I posted a video in my channel log, if you look under video, the animal duplication glitch. I posted a fix for the animal duplication glitch, but it relies on you having a rollback save to selectively take part of the rollback save. And that's what we'll do here if this stupid thing happens. But in order to make sure that it dumps to disk, what I'm going to do is just go to the main menu right now. Or, no, I'm going to fully close and reopen the game right now. That'll also, if there was a memory leak, if that's why I was getting frame rate drops, that'll take care of that. So we're closing and reopening the game, but before we reload it, we're going to go to our saves folder here. And we're going to go to where's saves? Saves, right here. Apocalypse, latest one right here. The APOP folder. What we do is we sort the APOP folder by most date modified, right? So the most recently modified APOP folders, what that means is the most recently updated tiles with animals in them. So there's only 5 here that were updated when we closed the game. I don't know which one of those 5 actually has the animals in them, and to be entirely honest, I don't really care. It doesn't matter. What we're just going to do is copy those 5 folders somewhere else as a way to back them up. So if we put one of our cows into the trailer and it instantly dies, all we got to do is fall back to the main menu, delete those 5 files, and replace them with the good ones that we just backed up. That's all we got to do. And what that will do, though, is that will leave a dead corpse in the trailer, and it will result in that animal that died will be alive again where we found him when we loaded this save, basically. Think of the APOP folders as just being like a region of the map, and all of the animals are just kind of in that file. That's the best way to think of APOP, APOP animal population. So we have a rope somewhere. Multiple ropes somewhere. I'm going to laugh really hard if I don't have any ropes left here. Because I usually, my policy is to just leave a rope in the vehicle that I'm carrying around animals in. This van is full of just random loot. Like, that is all it's got in it, just random loot. But among that random loot, no rope. Sadly. Okay, you need to... Oh, you know what? These animals probably trust me. Okay, so if an animal trusts you, and trust is just something that builds up over time as they're in your animal zones, and you spend a lot of time walking around and just hanging out with them. If your animals trust you, all you gotta do is yell and they'll come. This bull, I don't know if he trusts me yet. So I'm gonna give him a pet. And then I'm gonna step out here and yell. And if he starts running, then I'll know that he doesn't trust me. But if he just starts walking towards me... Hey! Look at that, he's just walking towards me. I don't need a rope. As long as the animal trusts you and there's no zombies nearby. If there were zombies nearby, no amount of animal trust will stop them from bolting away. But look at that. I don't need no rope. My bull is a good bull. Toss him right there, and that does it. I cannot fit a second cow into one animal trailer once they're beyond a certain growth size. He's an adult, so he weighs like, what, 340 something? The ones in here are an adult and a juvenile weaned or adolescent. I'm going to check his growth phase. What are you, Adonis Jr.? Well fed, he is an adult. He was a calf when I brought him here. So, interesting. But yeah, that means I have 3 adults, 0 chance of being able to take more than one at once. So no matter what, we've got multiple trips ahead of us. Just wanted to see if I could get away with one of them here. He didn't die either. I kind of glossed over that, but like basically all with that thing we did with the APOP, that was all just a that was to get ahead of the situation in case I put him in there and he instantly got turned into a corpse. It does still happen. I have not seen it happen on the latest patch, but in this character's lifetime and in one of the past 2 builds, it has happened once at least. I think I just did it with a chicken at one point. Yeah. Okay, so KTO, if you think they fixed it last patch, you could be correct. I don't think I noticed that happen after 42.11. So if a 42.11, which is the last major build, if they fixed it then excellent. But I do not know whether that's the case or not. I did not actually go through the 42.11 patch notes very thoroughly. There were a lot, and I didn't even know if my save was going to survive, so I was much more concerned about that. Oh, that's really 6. Okay, so I guess if that glitch comes back, no, I'm assuming fix it once. That okay, 0.12. Interesting. Okay, so it wasn't 42.11, but I guess okay. So if you ever see that thing happen in the future, it should only happen to the first animal you put into the trailer. I cannot recall it ever happening before, or like, if you put one animal in, that animal dies, but then if you leave the corpse in there. I've never seen it happen so that more than one dies. Not that I know of, at least. It happens to the same trailer if you come back later. Or different trailers. But if you leave the corpse in the same trailer, it shouldn't happen again. I'm not going to go flush up with the fence there and try to poke them with a knife. Not when I can't see nothing there. I think that does it for anybody coming out of the graveyard there. Oh, did you hear that? Did you hear that? That was a stress noise. That's not good. So what that tells me, no zombies got close to the trailer. That tells me that he got stressed by the sound of them smacking the fence. Damn it. That's not good. A stressed bull is actually a threat to the character. Like, unironically, if I took him out, he might attack me. Shit. How to deal with that? There's no easy way to deal with that. Because when you remove them from the animal trailer, they're going to be right in front of you. Yes, they do. I know that they get stressed if you drive them around and keep them in an animal trailer. No. That he's now stressed. He's probably agitated. I'll need to check his level to be specific, but he's gotten way more stress right now than the other cows and chickens acquired during the other trip I just took. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take him further away from the cows and chickens that I brought with me that are not stressed. They're just to the north. They're within earshot. If I got to take this guy out and shoot his ass, then I'll do that. Real talk, there's a part of me that wants to put my armor on. I'm not going to go that far, but I don't even know if armor works against animals. One of the only times I've taken damage from an animal in recent builds has been... When was it? A chicken. A chicken came up. It was a rooster. Anyway, chicken. Yeah, he's agitated now. That being said, this is a Seminole. I never really cared about the Seminoles. Like this guy, the only reason I saved him was professional courtesy, and I needed a breeding adult. I might just kill this guy either way. But let's see what happens. I'm gonna go to like the corner. Okay, he's not running. I'm gonna try to pet him. He lets me pet him. Okay. I don't know if this is because I'm animal care level 10, but he let me pet him. He's still agitated though. There is a cooldown, unfortunately. There's a cooldown to petting them. What I really want to know is, can I get him out of agitated? That's all I really care about. If I can get him unagitated, then I'm fine. He's still agitated. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to kill his ass just yet.
I would prefer to wait to kill him until I can put the meat somewhere where I can store it long term. I don't really have a spot for that yet because I'm moving Reed around a bit. All I've got is one freezer of Reed, and it's already like a third of the way full, so we're not doing that. I'm just going to take the animal trailer and leave him in the trailer for now. And if he gets de-stressed, then he gets de-stressed. If he doesn't, then I will take him out to pasture, as it were. Slashed neck by a ram. Oh, that is terrible. Oh, that is terrible. Okay, since I've got metal in this vehicle, what I want to do is leave the, I'm going to leave it parked next to the metal dump over here as a way to remind myself that that's what is in the trunk here. Way too much in this backpack. I gotta take some stuff out. Okay, I should have everything I need to make a wire gate now. Just take a couple of these stacks of wire, as it were. Scrap metal. And refill the torch. Oh, those two graves that you saw earlier, that house that they were in front of, I found a event where some dudes had died and they weren't even zombies. Like, the corpses were actually people. And whenever I see actual people corpses, I bury them. It's just a little RP thing for me. Because I mean, obviously, you know, I can't afford to have a policy where I bury zombies. I kill too many of them for that, but actual people, yeah, I can bury them. I encounter them so infrequently that is no problem at all. No, short. Okay, so short. In my humble opinion, all of the weapon skills that you can start with bonuses on in the default vanilla game, anything that you can add a bonus to, whether it's short blunt, long blunt, axe, that's actually the only ones, with the exception of aiming, obviously, because there are, you know, there's veteran and then hunter. All of the things that you can start with, all the melee things you can start with that give you a bonus, those are all stepping stones to Longblade, in my humble opinion, because nothing compares to the safety of Longblade. And of course, obviously, you know, I'm concerned more than anything about safety. That's the only reason we're still alive after 600 days. And why is Longblade the safest? I to show you, but I mean, like, the reach of this sword is over a tile. If there was a zombie coming at me, or, well, not diagonally, but from, like, straight on, I've got more than a tile of space, and it is the highest damage, almost insta-kill every time if you've got ideal conditions. There's just nothing compares melee in terms of melee. So every other form of melee really is, if you think about it long-term enough, it's just a stepping stone to something much, much better. In this case, what I prefer to do is use short blunt as a stepping stone, because a very, very cheap profession, construction worker, gives you a +3 to it. Yeah, I mean, you can get a +2 to long blunt. That's the best you can do. You can get baseball player and brawler, and that's not bad. But I mean, it doesn't compare to a +3. Yeah, I mean, so level 10 short blunt is amazing, and it's still my fallback self-defense, but it doesn't compare to anything heavier. I just enjoy the other perks of construction worker. How you can, construction worker obviously gives you the masonry bonus, and then if you take carver along with the masonry bonus, well, you've got yourself a whatchamacallit, a fast track to best in slot. A stone mace. That's at short blunt levels 6 to 7. That'll just do just as well as a baseball bat, really. Just takes a little time to get there. So this propane tank is now empty. Completely empty, right? Yeah. So I put it here with the other empty ones. Yeah, long blunt is really heavy, and you're gonna struggle to get good swing speed with long blunt, especially if you get to the best in slots for damage. Your swing speed is gonna suffer for it. Obviously, of course, the trade-off being you got slower swing speed, but more heavier hits. But then, of course, also the weight is going to increase the amount of stamina you spend per hit. This welding torch belongs to the ambulance over there. Actually, no, it belongs to Jorgensen and Sons more than anything. Jorgensen and Sons is supposed to be a field vehicle, and therefore it needs to have a properly equipped welding torch and mask in it. That stupid fire extinguisher. Okay. Welding torch and welder mask. That is a field kit that I'm proud of right there. Spam E between hits. Sounds like an animation cancel. Okay, hang on, I got an auto clicker. Interesting. Yeah, that is definitely yeah, look at that. That's kind of funny. Definitely not intended, though. Definitely a glitch. It's also probably a fast track to, well, I mean, okay, so when I think about combat situations where I'd actually want to do something like that, no, that would get me killed. That would get me killed pretty quickly, because I would have to stand still to make that work. Or my movement would be severely limited, and movement is way too powerful of a survival tool for the way I play. Okay, so most of this got put away. The wire can just get put here. I have 2 iron pipes left. Those probably can stay here. Yeah, those can stay here. Not 2 is not enough to do anything significant, but just in case I need to do iron pipe related things in the future here. Yeah. So, the funny thing about that particular glitch that we just witnessed, this is not very different from the quell canceling glitch in Darktide. Basically, there's something that resets the swing cooldown. In this case, hitting E, and that was exactly how the quell canceling worked for Psychers in Darktide. So for the longest time there, when I played the Psyker in Darktide, the only reason I really did it so much is because that shark let that glitch go for about 2 years almost by the time I started using it. And because the devs went completely ignorant of the glitch for like 2 years. They've known about it since open beta. They did nothing about it for probably 2.5, almost 3 years. And then finally, in one of the more recent patches, they finally got rid of it. They had a whole section of it in the patch notes like, we're getting rid of this, we're getting rid of it. No acknowledgement to the fact that they've completely ignored it for as long as they have. That annoyed me. It only annoyed me because they ignored it for so long that I was just like, okay, this is just a part of the game now. Yeah. It's when you let it stay in the game long enough, you run out of excuses when you finally get rid of it. It's like, why did you wait so long, right? But what can I say? They just didn't feel like fixing it until they did, and then when they did, well, I started having less fun, because it was a lot of fun using quell canceling in that game. And that's another thing. I mean, in this game, it's kind of hard to make good of a situation where you need to swing that fast, because if you need to swing that fast and there are that many zombies you could kill with it, you've already made some pretty significant mistakes. Darktide, I don't know. In Darktide, if you've played it, you are always surrounded by enemies 100% of the time. Trying to stay out of range of them all the time is you're never going to work that. You can try. It's a noble ambition. Veterans might get away with it. Psychers, no. We're incentivized to switch between melee and ranged way too often. Interesting. I hope it works. I know that there is some really weird spaghetti code when it comes to existing buildings. So if you're going to try to use existing buildings in your mod, good luck. Good luck. No, I'm just speculating here. Has anybody actually tried to make a mod like that yet? I haven't quite gone out of my way to look for one, but it does sound like something somebody would have tried. Even if they have and it didn't work out, I would still want to, personally, I would want to use that as a reference. I hate trying to build for any game really, trying to build a mod from the ground up without any source of reference. I like using reference material and building off of that. That's just my strategy. Four, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 more planks required. That's pretty much 2 backpacks worth. Not too awful hard. Here's 3 right here. You know what? I'm going to disassemble some furniture inside the house. I kind of do want to keep where I stopped with those fences. Just do the big stuff. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, still have a lot to go. We're just gonna... Oh, we've got these trees here, too. That's also what we got. We have 8, so we still need 10 more. Oh, I need to remove some trees from back here. Because there's some trees back here that are obstructing my ability to quickly see if there are any respawns back here. So this is respawn territory back here. So this little mini forest right here, get rid of this. There's 12 right there. That's all I need. I'm curious. I'll need to test this at some point somehow. I'm very curious if the stress gain that the animals are experiencing, if that is somehow correlated to, the fact that they're in a lower quality trailer. I wonder if that could potentially be contributory. That would be very... because that would obviously incentivize you to only pick up trailers that are actually good. Just potatoes and kale, as it were. Kale is, I mean, okay, so these kale plants right here, we've planted them. They're days away from being harvestable, and after we harvest them, they just go back to young, and they'll grow a second time. We can harvest them 2 or 3 times total for their entire growing season. Their growing season currently is the broadest of all plants. You can plant them as early as March 1st and harvest them as late as like September 29th. It is, kale is, the devs of this game really enjoy kale, I suppose. They made it extremely powerful, possibly a little bit unrealistically so, but threatened me with a good time. Suspension. I mean, tire traction is going to count based on its towing capabilities, but we only use powerful vehicles here, so we don't notice that quite as much. What am I looking? I'm looking for a crowbar. There's one on the counter right in front of me. I need a crowbar. I can pick up those dumpsters. I have to delete the stuff that's in it. I think I can live without these cooled shelves. It's fine. Okay, I am already done listening to that bull's noises. I am already very done with that. Thankfully, I don't have to be here too much longer as soon as I get a couple of feeding troughs put down. Now, the big metal feeding trough is actually the best for water storage, I think. Actually, no, it's the best for food storage right now. Because, yeah, the total amount of storage per tile that you get out of a long metal feeding trough is optimal for food, but not water. For water, I think the best you'll get is long wooden feeding troughs. Just like in terms of how much water you can store per tile. No, well, okay, so noise makes them stressed. Now, if building near them made them stressed, if it was contributory, then we would probably start hearing the chickens and or the other cows making noises. But right now, all we hear is that one bull. So if basically the only thing that I'm 100% sure of is obviously the zombies that we were dealing with that were smacking the fence. Those guys definitely did most of the heavy lifting on stressing. But the I am uncertain about other factors. We did have a torch here. Where did I put it? Oh, I put it away. Didn't even, I did refill it. Okay, good. Always want to make sure to refill it, because whenever I have a welding torch in my field kits, I generally want it to be I want it to be one that, can remove a car. We have tons and tons of steel sheets. Only 4 to make a large trough. Yes, chopping trees for 100%. I mean, you can use the player as a way to gauge it. Fun fact about the animals in this game, they are an extension of the player class. So what does that actually mean? The player class is something that will like, it has the stats, right? Technically speaking, the animals have all the same stats as players do. So everything from stress to happiness to hunger to thirst, fatigue. I'm guessing that there's just downstream disablements for some of those. Obviously, the animals don't sleep. But, yeah, the animals, all the rest of their stats are just play out the same way players do. So if something stresses the player, yeah, it stresses the animal too. And that was the only metal one we're going to build. So that's for the food. We put that welding torch back away after we refill it here. Thankfully, the crafting menu automatically selected the one that I want to use first. That makes me happy. Right? Yeah. No, like I said, there's probably... I'm willing to guess that they're just not instantiated. If they don't instantiate a variable, then it doesn't really matter. But just seeing the fact that the animal class was an extension of the player class, I lack the verbiage to describe exactly how wrong that is from a programming standpoint. Or just, from a very basic game design standpoint. And the reason it is so wrong is obviously animals are going to be less complex than players. Obviously. I feel like that's the most obvious statement you could make about animals in this game. They're going to be a little less complex than players. And yet, they're extending the player class. And so, because of that, anything that they tack on to the animals that are unique to the animals is going to be in addition to what is already in there for the player class. So, from multiple standpoints right there, that is extremely inefficient and silly. It's just downright silly. There's no reason to do that. I couldn't tell you why the devs do that. I said this in multiple Steam reviews. I'm not a developer. I cannot tell you how to do it right. But I've seen what bad frameworks look like. And that... I feel like the Joker. I know the squealers. And, what do you propose? We, kill the class extension. It's funny because I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that as a skit. Absolutely. If it's so easy, then why haven't you done it already? Because that's exactly how these conversations play out. If it's so easy, why didn't you go be a game developer and do it right? Bitch, that's not what I want to do for a living. If I wanted to be miserable all the time, I would be a game developer. I do want to see a better game get developed, and I may someday do that. But for now, I'm just going to play games and give feedback and hope I can help them get better. I was supposed to bring something here. It wasn't just the planks, but I started yapping in the last drop. The logs, yeah. It's 4 planks per. So this should be perfect. There's 6. There's 9. We'll have 1 left over. Make hay beds for them. Actually, I think there are hay bales nearby. Hay bales, for whatever those are useful for. I think you can actually take the hay out of them now. That's one of the things they've finally fixed. Farming. Long wooden feeding trough. It's 1, 2. And that's the water, and the food is up there. Perfect. So I leave the axe here, because that's where I found it, and I may need to do some more cutting in this area in the future. I would be very interested to see if multiple cows are now stressed. No, Athena is perfectly fine. So I have the rope right here. I put that in my primary. Oh my god, yes. Yes. I mean, okay, so you can put, obviously you can put food in them to block the rain, but I mean, you can't do it fast enough. It's quite literally impossible. Where you going, girl? She is, I don't know what she's doing right now. Okay, so we've already got water right here. Okay, I need you to not walk out of the... See, there's no water in the zone, so she's actually primed to just fucking wander out, because that's what animals do. If there's no water and food, and they want water or food, then they'll just fucking start wandering. That's okay. They'll have water and food momentarily. Okay, now there's a weird thing going on right now. I don't know if there's actually still going to be water in that when I come back momentarily. I'm only going to put some water in both of these. 1 bucket's worth. Is this one empty? It is. Yeah, I set the zone. And that only applies when it's that only applies when you're trying to move it. Oh, I did bullshit you guys before. I thought that the long wooden feeding troughs were the best for water. It's actually the short ones. The short wooden feeding troughs, because they have the same storage capacity of water as the long ones. So if you're just thinking in terms of water per tile, it's actually the short ones that are better. Oh well, too late. I've already built some long ones. They're gonna have to fucking deal with it. Food goes in this one. All right, I'm gonna risk just leaving the cock with the hens. It's a risk, but I'm gonna do it. When I say it's a risk, I mean, you know, they don't even seem to be breeding at all when there's just 2 of them. I don't know what's going on there, but maybe if there's 1 plus 3, maybe then they'll breed. Maybe then they'll overbreed, and I'll have too many. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Okay, he's still agitated. I'm just gonna kill him. I'm not dealing with this. I am just gonna kill him. Now I have a freezer to put the meat in. I'm just gonna move him up a little ways so that he's away from the other ones. I do have a butcher hook right here. You guys see it's probably a little hard to see, but there is a butcher hook right there. Actually, I gotta sleep, so I'm gonna go ahead and sleep now. I will kill him as an overnight activity. Kind of going to sleep hungry here, because that took longer than I wanted it to, unfortunately. That's okay. Oh, nightmare, perfect. Well, we wanted to wake up anyway, I suppose. We're starting to fall out of weight gain, and that's good, but also we don't want to go into weight loss just yet, so we're going to eat some higher calorie food, shut the hunger up and make us a little happy. Okay. Got that part sorted at least. It's a lot of effort. It's a lot of effort, and it's kind of hard to actually get the most out of it. For pies and cakes. Now that I have chickens and cows, and they're right next to my primary citadel out here, it will become a lot easier to make pies and cakes. I pet the cow, and that reduces stress. It's like the nightmare never happened. Just wanted her to use the door, but, you know, I guess when you hit E, they do what they want to do. Sheep are easier to transport, and if you have it has to be, I think, the East Frisians are the ones that produce milk. So if you have enough East Frisians, that's plenty of milk. You won't be too hot on meat, but you'll also get an okay-ish supply of wool. So the breed is highly dependent on that. When it comes to cows, you want the black and white ones, the Holstein ones here. They give the best milk. Way more than an East Frisian sheep. You'll sometimes you could get as many as I think I've gotten almost 40 liters out of a fully grown Holstein cow once. You can get some insane numbers of milk out of them. Yeah, and it also depends on the meat, or the meat. And I don't know there's any way I can say this without it sounding racist. When it comes to animals in this game, the black ones produce more meat. That's true for both sheep and for cows. The black cows are the Angus cows. They produce 3 times as much meat as the other breeds, but almost nothing in terms of milk. Same with the sheep. The black ones are the Suffolk sheep produce insane amount of meat, but like nothing in terms of milk and wool. So that has actually left me without a lot of water for agriculture. My potatoes and kale actually need to be topped off. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some large buckets with me, and we're going to fill them both at the river. Yeah, well that's the only functional difference. I think for both, for cows and for sheep, there's like one that's good at milk, there's one that's good at meat, and then in the case of sheep, there's one that's good at wool. But then for cows, there's one that's like a hybrid, like the Simmental, the brown ones. They're good at both milk and meat, but you know, obviously they're not as good as the dedicated ones. Back at Riverside, I have one of everything. I would be able to demonstrate if I was at Riverside, but seeing as I'm not. I'm doing something lazy here. I'm just emptying some stuff out of my backpack and into one of these bags. This isn't hurting me too much because these bags contain stuff from every category already. So no matter what, when I go to clean up these bags, it's a lot of work. More work than I want to do right now anyway. Loot Goblin mode engage. Alright, I'm gonna see if the game will let me sleep again. Nightmares are a bit unpredictable. Good, okay. So that means we still need to sleep one more time, unfortunately. We're gonna wake up here and then we're gonna need to sleep one more time. And even though we're already past our second bedtime. That should leave me with enough time to... I think I'll water the plants. And if I can sleep then, I'll sleep. And if I can't, then I'll kill the cow and then sleep. The Grand Ohio Mall? Actually, I have 2 of these buckets now. Oh no, that's a tannin barrel. It looks the damn same. That's kind of funny. I've got my own water supply, but why would I use that? I'd sooner use it on laundry than animals. Animals don't care if they drink toilet water, but I do. That's something I have not hit yet, the research facility. I look forward to giving that a shot. That's going to be fun. I think that's probably going to have more zombies in it of the military variety, even more than the checkpoints, I think. Just a random prediction on my part. I don't actually know for sure. Yeah, Irvington is... I have no strong feelings about Irvington right now. It's not bad. It's where we found my peak ambulance, but that could have happened anywhere. That was just a fluke. Okay, so one thing that Irvington has that no other place on the map has is a trailer store, or like a farming supplies store that has a parking lot full of trailers. No other place on the map has that right now. And because of that, I always actually go straight to Irvington early on as part of one of my early map tours. I have a feeling that I don't know if that's always going to be the same. I feel like there should be other places that have trailers in them, like, as, you know, trailers are sometimes hard to find right now in B42. Sometimes, like, they're not guaranteed to show up where you sometimes think they might. And because of that, you can get pretty unlucky. And so the fact that I just reliably find whatever trailers I ever need at Irvington, I always make sure to pick up one of the I don't need animal ones. I need just regular hauling trailers. I wonder. He stopped making stress noises. Does that mean he's okay now? Okay, he's still agitated, but that was. I'm gonna pet him one more time. I'll pet him one more time and see what happens. Okay, he's out of agitated. He is out of agitated. And therefore, he doesn't have to die. I just need rope now. As long as they can come out of agitated state, I don't... I mean, because most importantly, I mean, I am eventually going to butcher this guy. He is on the chopping block, so right now, I don't... I'd rather hold on to him so that I can use his meat when I have stuff to mix it with for meals. So now that he's out of like terminal stress, that's great. What did I plant, Hassan? This is kale and potatoes. Kale and potatoes are, in my opinion, for somebody playing by themselves, fantastic crops. Because most other things that right now that you can grow, you don't really need to. If you loot enough, a solo player who loots enough, even on default settings, you don't really need to keep going nuts with growing food, because most of the other food you can grow, you'll find plenty of it in preserved form. Okay, so what we do now... Louisville Motor Shop, I'll put this bad boy away. It is full of loot that I need to sort through. I do need my leather jacket and long johns elsewhere. Those go in my main backpack for now. Yeah, so, okay, we've got rain barrels right now. The rain barrels will, if we need to, we've got the rain barrels. We haven't even started using the rain barrels yet. For watering the crops just now, what I did, I just visited some local water sources. We've got every single one of these townhouses has got at least 2 sinks and a bathtub in it. Each sink is 20 liters, each bathtub is 100 liters. And this is like what is left in the water fixture after the water shut off. So the water, honestly, in this game, as long as you are not too far in the future, water is not that big of a deal. I'm sure someday the devs are going to get a mechanic introduced so that the water that's left over in the pipes after the plumbing shut off, there will be something that makes that not viable forever. I can almost guarantee you that. Remember, the devs want us to be miserable, and right now water is kind of easy to find, so they're gonna go back to the chopping block on water at some point. But right now, yeah, I'm just doing what is most convenient as the game is presented to me. And the most convenient thing right now is just raid my neighbor's toilet for water for the plants. So we put away that vehicle. The white one here is actually got random crap in the trunk. Among that random crap are hay bales. So I said before, I do have hay bales that I can use just for cosmetic. I mean, really, I'm not gonna, like, I don't really need Forgot that I had planks in here too. You don't really need the hay from the hay bales. Just go cut grass. You can feed your animals with cut grass 10 times easier than anything else right now. Just gonna put these hay bales in here as a decoration. I don't know what the cooldown is on petting animals to reduce their stress, but I do it every couple of hours, and as long as it actually works, which I can see that it works, he's out of agitated and down to stress. So we're doing something with that. Okay, the fire rescue van here has room in the trunk, so we're taking this one with us to go and pick up another shipment of animal. Oh yeah, Jericho's our home away from home. This is actually our okay. So I'll just give you guys a little look-see at the map if anybody's not familiar. We've got our main base in Riverside. This is our home. Eventually we will always come back here. Our Louisville activities are temporary. There's just a lot to do in Louisville, so you know. We would have had a very nice base here in Muldraugh, but as you can see, there is a big red X crossed through it. I don't want to talk about the Muldraugh base. I really don't. It was a lovely place. It was a lovely place. But it is no longer a base. Right now, our actual bases are Jericho and Riverside, and everything else is an outpost, not a base. Outposts, for me, can get pretty lavish. I mean, you know, most people watching will have seen Reed Outpost. That's the Ford one for Louisville here. They can get pretty lavish, but at the end of the day, what's most important to me is the distinction that makes it a base is the fact that it has forge equipment at it. Because forge equipment is what is the hardest to build, and also what will sustain your combat operations the longest. Because if you have a forge, you can reforge your swords. You can be combat effective indefinitely, almost, with in terms of melee weaponry. Oh, there are water purification tablets. Yeah, that is. I haven't really had a lot of good opportunities to use them, but river water, that'll definitely clean up your river water. I probably should have eaten something before deploying, because I don't think I have... Yeah, I don't have any field food with me, that's okay. I stopped here for multiple reasons. I wanted to check this car right here, because if this car right here is still in good shape, that's the car I'll be using for my final trip. I think that car is actually in good shape because I found it that way, and I've used it multiple times since I found it that way. Yep. This was just a pristine car when we found it, so it's in great shape. So what I'm going to do, right now, obviously, I'll take this all the way back to Foxtrot, load it up, but on my way back, or for the third and final trip from Foxtrot, what we're going to do is run down here, get this vehicle, take it the rest of the way, and use that to get to Foxtrot. At Foxtrot, I still have an ambulance, and that ambulance needs to, it's just full of random loot that I need to get sorted through. If I don't kill these guys now, they'll eventually end up in the road anyway. Anybody who's liable to go around the stupid-ass fence. Okay. When it comes to food, I will just probably eat whatever I have on me. I know I still have some random foodstuffs at Foxtrot. I'll eat into some of that. It's literally what it's there for. whenever I'm passing through and I'm hungry. To be entirely honest, if you're stranded, those tablets are still only useful if you don't have something like a canteen that you can just simply put some water from a water source into. Of course, if you have no water sources at all, well, that's interesting. If they make it so that water fixtures eventually do not have any, whatchamacallit, any water in them at all, instead of just a little bit of tainted water, I'm kind of hoping that in the future, the plumbing shutoff will mean that you'll have fresh water in there for a little while, and then that fresh water will turn tainted, and then that tainted water will eventually start to you know, you'll have less and less of it over a course of however many, hopefully a year or two, before all the water is completely gone. They've already established a precedent for the 10 years later scenario where all the water is gone. So obviously, you know, sometime less than 10 years, but until then. Now here's a bit of a conundrum. I only want to take one of them with me, but if I forgot the rope because I'm a doofus. Oh no, I didn't forget the rope. I just left it in my inventory. Athena. I'm going to take Athena first. She's my most valuable, because she is the adult who produces the most milk. The other one is just a juvie. Thiad is no longer needed here. I will take that with me. Pretty much everything else can stay. Yeah, everything else, the gasoline, I don't actually need that much gasoline here. I would have put some of this gasoline into the ambulance. The ambulance is actually full. Yeah, the ambulance is completely full. I can put 2 cans of gas on the passenger seat. I'm going to do that for this one. I'm going to put 2 cans of gas on the passenger seat of the vehicle that I have here. Because I no longer need these cans of gas here. Most of them, at least. I'll leave like 1. Because I'm not running generators here. It's literally just in case the gas station is right down the road. If I'm in a situation at Foxtrot here where I need gas, that means I just go down the road to Golf. It is so close that I could go there on foot, and it would not be a difficult journey. Batteries are a different story. I will leave. There's a standard battery right there. I'll leave that there. Lots of the eggs that are on the floor here. Some of them are fertilized. That doesn't mean they're going to hatch. In fact, most of them might not hatch. I've not seen a single one of them hatch yet, so yeah, those and those. Never took the floodlights out. Bit of a doof moment. Yeah, so erosion right now, I guess make of this what you will. It's probably just a temporary thing. But right now, the erosion system in the game, it stops after November of your first year in game. It doesn't come back the following year. Everything that you're looking at that's on the ground right now that has grown since the beginning of the game, it all grew in from the beginning of the game. It starts in like August. From August to November of that year. That's when all this ugly shit grew in, and it stopped by December. It never picked up again. Not even through that same period of time the following year. I was expecting to start seeing more saplings. I haven't. That it basically just starts at one phase and then it's done. The devs have not. I'm guessing they just haven't really added anything for. Not that many people survive that long right now, so it's not like it should be that big of a priority. I don't want to hype myself up too much, but I mean I am probably in the top 1% of people who last this long with a single save, if for no other reason the fact that there's a lot of people who do last quite a long time and just run out of things to do. This game requires a certain amount of insanity to continue after a certain point, because you have to come up with your own goals, an insane amount of your own goals, otherwise you will get bored and quit. Because I was supposed to pick up some metal, and it's easier if I just take the trailer off. Okay, hang on a second. Shit. I need to not stop here at all. If I wanted to put stuff in the trunk, I should have done that. I should have done that before. Now, interestingly enough, I just heard a stressed noise coming from Athena. That shouldn't have happened. There were no zombies smacking anything. And yet now she's stressed. I have no idea why she's stressed. It's not the quality of the trailer. It's not the distance. There's no reason she should be stressed right now. No zombies got within any noticeable distance of her. I saw a few, but none of them were within, like... No. She should not be stressed right now. I don't know what's going on. The only other thing that I could think about is... I didn't close the door. I've never seen that be a problem before. No, I did close the door. Yeah. She has no excuse. And yet, she is... I don't know. She's fucking... Her baby just died. I have no fucking idea why she... Are you fucking kidding me? You've got to be fucking kidding me. We did not go that fast for that long. And the funniest thing is I've done that before. I have gone that fast many times. I have regularly exceeded that speed. Whatever. I don't fucking care. It's gonna bother me if I don't figure it out, though. It is gonna bother me if I don't figure it out. Because she went from 0 to 100. Okay, but if there were any Zeds banging that we could hear, our stress never came out of 0. Our stress, if we could hear it, then so could she. But if we couldn't hear it, there would have had to be I mean, I don't know exactly how much it adds. All I can say definitively is that the whack-ass part about this is the Athena Jr. and the chickens. When we brought them up, there were a lot more zombies that were smacking fences that we could actually hear, and yet they never got stressed. It's the inconsistency that's really fucking me right now, because we exceeded all the speeds we just did when we were bringing the other chickens and the... I've already put more thought into it than it deserves. It's clearly fucking broken, and I am not being paid enough to try to figure out what's wrong with it. Needless to say, there's something very wrong with it. But we managed to get the bull out of agitated, so we'll get Athena out of agitated. Oh, also, I didn't even consider this, but the bull that we brought back with us, I do need to kill him before I bring the last bull, because you can't put more than one bull into the same pen. They will start killing each other. Alright, I don't know what's going on with some of these eggs being fertilized and some of them not being. I'm just going to take the ones that are fertilized and put them on the ground. Oh, Athena's glitched. I can't pet her. This is... No, I don't care. I don't care. Their stress will eventually go away. And if it doesn't, well, I'll just fucking kill them. You cannot pay me to figure this shit out. Oh yeah, meat's back on the menu, boys. Now all I'm carrying around is grass, which can go straight into the feeding trough. Get a timestamp for that. That was about 4 hours something. 4 hours, and we'll start at like 20 minutes. I'm gonna go back through the footage of when we moved Athena, and I'm gonna see later on if I care. If I can make myself care, I will go back through the footage. I will find out what happened, everything of what happened when we were moving Athena, and if I can see anything that would indicate a valid reason, then sure. Otherwise, I am going to assume that there was some actual, literal bullshit going on with her. Alright, all the useful stuff out of the animal. I don't really know exactly where I want to put the floodlights, so I'm just going to leave them where I can see them, right here. How's the if you mean like the trailer integrity, we were using our best one. That was exactly why I used that one, because it's Athena. She's my best cow, so I wanted to make sure that we used our best trailer to potentially rule out any if the trailer quality led to any bullshit there. But no, we don't even have that excuse, unfortunately. I need a back door. I really do. I didn't want to make one, but I do now. I need one now. Where would I put it? I'll come back to that decision. I will come back to that decision. Okay, they broke... Okay, this is... Might need to take a break from this game. So, to articulate what just happened. Because the animals are fucking stressed for no reason that they should not be fucking stressed right now. The bull The bull just decided to attack the gate because it was right in front of him and he's stressed. That bulls do that. So I want to spend the time rebuilding the gate when there's a chance they're just gonna fucking attack it again. I mean, of course, I can kill the bull now. I can kill the bull now. That'll take one problem out of the equation. Athena is still for all I know, Athena might have been the one who destroyed the fence. I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice exactly which one destroyed the fence. And I once again, I was already pissed off with this bullshit that I was already pissed off about it. And now it's... Okay. There's no feeding troughs in the house. And they'll still attack, they'll attack the walls I've built. They'll attack the doors I've built. If you're talking about the other house. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to put food and water in it. That's fine, I can do that. Thankfully the chickens won't attack the fence, and the other cow, Athena the second, she is the only one who made it unstressed, apparently. So that's what we're gonna do. Thank you for that. That is not a bad idea. Yeah, I don't touch pigs ever again. Pigs, I won't. I either kill them on sight or I ignore them. But I have not had cows attack something for a very long time, so that is excessively annoying. Well, they get to go from one fucking bedroom to another. Then they want to be stressed for no goddamn reason. We're gonna need a couple more planks. I'm just gonna let him fucking wander until I have a place to put him. I'm not gonna let Annie suffer for this. Annie does not deserve to go hungry because of this bullshit. We're gonna get her something to eat. We're gonna give her something to eat that'll make her happy. We don't need any of those. We've still got the nails that we were using before. We don't need anything else from this area. I will go get my sledgehammer from the field kit of Jorgensen here. Why? Why would he do that? It's because he's a fucking bull, and bulls are fucking assholes. If I try to stop him by shooting him, all of the animals become stressed. You know what would be great? What would be great is if he actually burned off some steam by doing that. That would be cool. But no, he's still going to be just as stressed as he was before. Alright, so we've got a fucking barn now to put them in. Patience is starting to wear a little thin. Starting to wear a little thin. I'm gonna kill him out of spite. I am gonna kill his ass out of spite at this point. I'm already done with him. I should have killed him a while ago. I am gonna... Athena is gonna... I'm not killing Athena. Athena is one of my most valuable assets out here. But the fucking bull, I never even gave his ass a name. I can't wait to find out that he's going to be destroying my my plants too. He wasn't doing that before either. Still broken, can't pet her still. It's so tiresome. If he hits me, get over here, you fucking asshole. Are you done yet? It's funny how he doesn't attack the pre-built fences. Fuck you. Destroy that, bitch. Sometimes. Yeah, that probably, that was still too close. I didn't lead him far away enough. I don't fucking care. At this point, you could not pay me to care. Yep. I'm not even going to cut the head. I'm going to leave it to rot. There's a part of me that wants to be savage enough to not even make use of the meat. No. I'm gonna make use of the meat.
Meat's back on the menu, boys.
We got a lot of meat out of that. That's nice. Ginfidel definitely gives way more than Holstein. Alright, so 2 pieces of beef for cooking, the rest for the freezer. I'll process that leather at some point in the future. The fuck? Anyone else want to be a cathartic release? No? Yeah, that's the meat paradigm right there. All right, how many pipes did I get back from this? Okay, that was at least a refund on the pipes. How do I process that? Get it out of the way first. I am not going to go through the effort of building another one of those fences. No. Fuck that. The chickens are good chickens. They have not done anything wrong. Everybody else has done shit wrong. It's just the cows. The chickens have been perfectly fine. They deserve a place. I'll give them a place. Even Athena is trying my patience right now. She should have not have been pressed, but she was. Now this fucker over here who decided not to come this way until just now for some stupid-ass reason. Get over here, bitch. Why didn't you come over here and fuck with me anytime until now? Why has it gotta be now? Wanna tell me that? I'm gonna bully this bitch. Bully this bitch. Why don't you tell me why you decided to be a bitch? I'm not gonna do that too much. There might be more. Yeah, of course there's more. Of course there's more. That was all the way the other side of the base. That was literally outside of the render region for this area. And yet, for some reason, I'm pinpoint hearing motherfuckers, I don't know. Maybe they pathed weirdly. Okay. Let's see who still trusts me.
Hey!
Ah, they all still trust me. That's good. That's good. It doesn't reach that far. I can guarantee you that a shotgun does not reach outside of its render region. They reach far, but not that far.
Hey!
I have used guns enough to tell you for sure that render distance is safe for most of them. Now, of course, there's still the pinpoint hearing dudes. I'd be wrong. I'm not 100% sure if pinpoint hearing is still a trait that zombies spawn with. I know it used to be, and that a lot of people were complaining about it. I don't know if the devs actually got rid of it, but let's see what we can do about this silly. Come on. Hold, please. Thank you. get a tally of how many more nails and planks we're going to need. At this point, we're going to need more hinges. I'm not doing another gate. The chickens are good. They, like I said, the chickens have done nothing wrong. But the rest of these animals, I'm not giving them a proper double tall gate. They can just go in a fucking door. If they want to ruin all the effort that I put into building things for them, then, well, fuck am I building things for them for? He had to destroy both of the doors. He couldn't just be satisfied with the wall. He had to destroy both of the doors over here. Bulls are officially, well, no, I already knew that bulls are bad, but that is as bad as pigs, if not possibly worse. I mean, just randomly destroying for no fucking reason. Like, I do understand if it's right in front of them. Okay, whatever. The gate was right in front of him. Fine. But no, that fuck you, fuck them, fuck these guys too. I mean, these guys were probably attracted by the shot. That makes perfect sense. These guys are in this direction where we discharged the shotgun. Use a car as a gate. That requires a lot of effort. Actually, I might do that. Yeah. I actually will do that. I have a spare step van I'm not really doing anything with. I'll use that for the front gate. That is not a bad idea at all. At one point, I did get so lazy I was using leather drying racks as gates, but, well, we just got some large leather. We just had an unexpected influx of large leather, so we might as well actually use that. Now, of course, we're out of light. And flashlights don't work for building anymore, not if they're on your chest. Alright, what do I need for the bare minimum to consider the garden defended? More than the animals, unfortunately. At least I've confirmed I don't think the animals will randomly eat your crops. That was something I used to be worried about, but I'm not really worried about that anymore. I accidentally seem to have confirmed that they won't eat your crops, but I'm still not going to trust them in the same area. I'll still keep them separated in that regard. Now, where did Athena go? She's all the way up here. Thankfully, there's no more Zeds up here. How long have I left this thing running? Did I leave this thing running a long time ago? I would laugh really hard if that's the case. I think this thing has been running for a long time now. Whatever. I'm not going to do this permanently. This is just so that I can actually sleep tonight. I just gotta, if I can get this parked in front of the main door. The animals do not go through these gates. Zombies do, but the animals don't. So I got this staged. I can go get Athena now. I'll get it. Or sorry, Athena Junior. This is Athena Junior. Athena Senior is in the house. Let's check Athena Junior here. She's perfect. Athena Junior, just like the chickens. It's just the bull and the cow, the adults. the adults and the small animals never got stressed. Even when we shot the guns and they fled the coop, they still didn't get stressed. It's just the fucking, I don't know. Something happened to them while they were traveling, and they went 0 to 100. And we'll see if Athena makes it out of it. I'm pretty sure she will. I don't even know if cows destroy things. I think only bulls do. Yeah, that's true. If you keep animals in pre-spawned buildings, no. You don't have to worry about the stupid, attacking most things. They'll still attack doors. That could be it. That could be it. Could just be, they don't like LV. Alright, that constitutes a blocked front. I need 2, 4, 6, 8. I need 8. Plus 4 if I really... 12. Okay. Alright. Guess we're staying up later than I thought tonight. This has killed a little bit of my interest in Zomboid, I'm not gonna lie, guys. I should have known that zombies would be a problem coming in here. And it seems like the zombies are being more of a problem than I thought they would be. Discharging the gun did not help. Because people in the residential area here, who probably would have just stayed wherever the hell they were, are now filtering towards... Yeah. Okay. Best part is I don't have any coffee to drink right now. This is the consequences of my own actions right here. I didn't do that, you did. I actually still have the axe. Nope, I did something with it. Still broken, can't pet her. I'm not giving up on her, but there's literally nothing I can do for her while she's broken. I'm taking the sledgehammer with me. Problem is, I can't just trust that the animals will be fine overnight. If I go to sleep, a zombie will wander up, and they will all fucking scatter to the wind. And the best part is, I won't wake up while they're scattering. I can already tell you. That's exactly how that's going to play out. I will assume that I can sleep, and I will be wrong, and they will scatter everywhere. I'm going to get ahead of that now. I'm going to get ahead of that now, before this situation gets any worse. We've had a few skill issues here create this situation. We have had far more bullshit that should have never happened. I'm going to brew a cup of coffee really quick. Because I can do that, because I actually have coffee here now. Previously, I did not have coffee here because I moved all of it at once, which was a doofus move. But now, I actually have coffee. I can hear zombies outside too, so we're not done with our cleanup yet. That's not the worst thing in the world. I'm I'm going to want to go around there to get some more planks anyway. Which means I need... What did I do with that fucking axe? I literally have no idea what I did with the axe. And that's annoying me. If I dropped it, it would be on the floor right there. Okay. Probably. Alright, so the fatigue problem is sorted for now. We still want to get a second sleep in at, I mean, fun fact, a cup of coffee, a full cup of coffee, is about equal to 1 night's sleep if you're a restless sleeper. So, we basically just skipped sleeping right there. Alright, checking around back for Zed and getting some more plank from the area. I know there's one over here somewhere. I don't know where, though. Alright, there's 1 log right there. I need 4 total. I think this tree up here is going to be a 2 log. Nope, just a 1. The other minor problems. I've already cleared a lot of the big trees that were here to begin with. Oh, that's okay. We managed to get exactly 4 planks from this. That is almost exactly what we needed. Oh, we've got 6 plus 4, that's 10. So we are going to be short a couple of, There you are, you son of a bitch. I knew I heard somebody back here. Who else? He might have been, like, shoving his face into the wall the whole time and we missed him. Oh, so those mats, that was a picnic table. If you're level 10 carpentry and you dismantle a picnic table, you get a lot of metal in addition to the wood. Apparently picnic tables are the only furniture out there that is made of both metal and wood. Welcome to Project Zomboid logic, I guess. Get comfortable, because we're here to be miserable all the time. I'm short something for a door. What is it? No. I've got everything. I just saw the logs. Okay, the animals are finally technically boxed in completely now. Okay. So we still need 2, 4, 6, 8 to have the bare minimum still walled in, and then 2, 4. I could just leave it like this. So that's 8, 8, and 8. We need 16 more logs total. Honestly, half of a gate is fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Now that'll handle that side, but if we want to continue protecting the crops from zombies, that's 16 plus 4 for 20, plus 4, 24, plus the door, 28. We need 28 more planks worth of crap. That is going to be 2 military backpacks full of logs, plus 2 more for good measure. So that is 4 and 4. That's we are going to get 10 logs. Since I've got the bare minimum for the animals, I'm gonna go ahead and sleep, because at least now I know. Oh, if a zombie wanders up, The animals will not scatter to the wind. If a zombie wanders up, they might run over my crops. I'm just going to take that risk. I can't wait to see how bad it is tomorrow. 1 Z is all it takes to destroy an entire row. We're good for now. And I'm going to brew another cup of coffee because we are up a little early here. At 5:40, it's way too early for a restless sleeper to be awake and active, but if we have another cup of coffee, that is no problem at all. And as fate would have it, coffee, a full cup of coffee reduces 24 fatigue. We have 25, so I'm just going to drink this whole damn thing. I don't want to have to be thinking about my stupid ass sleep schedule again yet in this game. Not yet. Do I have anything in the trunk of this ambulance? I have rope in the trunk of this ambulance. Was this supposed to be a logging vehicle? No, there's no way. This is the logging trailer right here. I don't really care. It's got some rope. And that will actually help me. Got to be on the lookout. There will probably be Zeds popping out of the trees up here. Alright, there's 8. And here's 2 more. We're just going to get 12. Seeing as I have a vehicle full of rope that I completely forgot about, well, we can bundle them up and come back with all 3 of those. Extra. Organized can fit 3 stacks of 4 logs into a single military backpack. A little OP. I'm perfectly okay with it. I accidentally hit the wrong button. I unstacked instead of stacked. All right. Just leave them here. We cut them. hinges and 1 knob required for the back door. You know what? I'm going to leave this one parked right here, so that if Zeds approach from this direction, they'll have to go around instead of finding a something to smack. Yeah, okay. Hardly a perfect solution. Not close enough. I need to get closer. That's more like it. Right, so if a Zed comes from this direction, and they want to go towards me, they're most likely just going to go around now, instead of getting stuck. Okay. Like I said, not a perfect solution, but it's makes me feel good. I've been generally solid when it comes to blocking things with vehicles and having it work out alright for me. Sometimes I'll miss a spot, but the principle behind the action has been relatively consistent thus far. So how many more? Got enough to build 2. We need, let's just do another full shipment. Oh, what gotcha? Postmortem is always a lesson, even if it is a painful one. Out of nails. Oh, yeah. That's where I lost Barbara. That's where I lost Barbara. I would venture as far as to say Muldraw confirmed one of the worst places to build a base, just in all the experience I've had so far in Build 42. I have lost 1 character and 1 base in Muldraw. I have not lost a character or a base anywhere else in Build 42 as of yet. I'm not going to count that 1 character that I lost within the first 30 days. I don't know if anybody who's currently watching would have been around back then, but at that point back then I was like, that was the second time I ever live streamed. And the stress kind of got to me. I made some silly decisions. Wasn't used to it yet. Okay. That is everything. I've never even done that before. Half of a double tall gate. But it works. Perfectly fine. Better than nothing. Okay. Problem solved for the moment. Alright, so we need this window to go over here with the rest of the okay-ish ones. You know what? I have a couple of leftover planks. I'm gonna burn them all on just building some rain troughs. I would rather think as little as possible about the animals now. I have in this particular session right here, just this session, I have thought more about animals than I want to for a very long time. So we're going to build a couple more small feeding troughs so that every single one of them that fills up with water is that much longer I can go without having to think about these fucking things again. Minus the chickens. The chickens are good. The chickens have not betrayed me yet. Yet. Every single one of these can fit 5,000 milliliters of water in it, which is the exact same as the double one there. That is more like it. What is the total size here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 6 by 10. That is 60 floor tiles. If I wanted to do a floor, that would be 60 tiles. The only reason I would consider a floor is because it would make recovering the eggs easier. Right now, the eggs will blend in with the street very well. But that is something I will... If I ever consider it, it will be in the future. Not gonna... like I said, mostly done thinking about animals for now. I want to put away all the building materials in the same place. The rope can go back in here. Okay, I do have a spare bucket. You know what? I was saying before that I should have an extra doorway here. And then I promptly forgot. Weighing my options. No, that's okay. Not yet. Maybe I'll do that later. Not yet. Not right now. Like I said, I want to be done with animals. I'm so done with animals. I do still have the one bull to go get. I'm not, as much as I want to be done, I'm not 100% done, but I'm washing these items because it will be a while before I wear them again. So I'm going to leave them here. Somewhere conspicuous. +1 to butchering. You can put their heads on spikes now. I'm just going to put this guy's head on the, just right here. That's fine. Store the blood in the crate so it doesn't get tainted by rainwater. I do not currently need to log, so I'll leave the axe there. Shotgun back in the back. Now, where was I before the animals went insane? I need to... I don't want Athena to die. Even though I'm really angry at her right now, I don't want her to die. Actually, there is... Okay. I need to get her water. And so, to get her water, I will use the gas cans that I dropped on the floor in here. Rob a little bit more from the water fixtures in here. Still agitated. Still can't pet her. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal. The stress will go away, or I will have beef in the future. In any case, she's separated from the animal pens, and therefore not going to cause any damage, even if she's capable. I don't even know if cows do cause damage, but if they do, she has been removed as a factor. Athena was my best, and so that's why I'm particularly angry about this. If it had been just a couple of bulls, you couldn't pay me to care. But she was not one of my good ones, my best one. But I guess stress can break even the best of us, can't it? Annie is hungry. We go get her some food. I saw cereal somewhere here. There it is. Much better. Okay, so we are now deploying for our last animal movement operation. See how that goes? We will see how that goes. Spawns near Cortman. Oh yeah, that is the festering herd of Muldraw right there. Interesting to see that even without long johns and jacket, we are still getting quite warm from running. Are we still insulated anywhere specifically? Not really. I mean, right now our insulation levels are low on the chest and head, which is what you want. You know, the witch hat might actually be working against us at this point. I think it does actually have... Where is it? it does have some insulation. And honestly, some insulation at this point, nah, we're done. We are done. Spring is upon us, like the warm side of spring, as opposed to the cold side. So when we're transferring this last bull with us, what I'm trying to gauge is what could possibly cause him stress. And if it's speed, we're gonna figure that out because we're gonna go fast. I want to see if I can rule out zombies just being close to them for, I don't know, 2 seconds. We are gonna avoid zombies as much as humanly possible. Almost a match, not quite. See a black hat and I try it on and it doesn't match. They have like 500 black hats back at Riverside because of that specific reason. Anyway, this is why we went out on foot, because there is this vehicle. He is nowhere to be found? Huh. I could have swore that I had the actual key to this vehicle. And you know, I probably do. I probably do. And I saw it in my keychain and was like, why am I carrying that around? Good thing we can just hotwire whatever we need. I can't wait for the hot wiring damages the engine update. I can't wait for that. Or the hot wiring reduces your chances to start the vehicle update. I'm sure the devs are hard at work on that. One of those two, but maybe both. Great thing is that I don't really have to care about the integrity of this vehicle. At least not too much. I mean, it's a nice vehicle. And I would feel bad if I blew it up too much, so. This is the gas station. The gas station will remain clean. Yes, they are. Very tight, very small. They have very low profile. I know there was another one in the woods there somewhere. No? Alright. This is a the rain barrel for this particular sink is 100% full. It's one of the only ones I have like that here in Louisville. Of course, if this one is full, that means the one back at Foxtrot has got to be full. Yeah, that's right. Even my throwaway vehicles will be clean. I don't care. It's therapeutic sometimes, getting the stupid blood off of my vehicles. The discharge is very intentional. I wanted to make sure that if there is anybody else in this area, come out, ye black and tans. March Ridge. That's nightmare fuel right there, but if you come away with it. Alright, so I do still have a drive-worthy vehicle being left behind here, but it is now a throwaway vehicle, as opposed to an ambulance that is full of loot. I've been meaning to bring this back with me for a long time. That's why we did the throwaway vehicle drive-by back here thing that we just did. If anybody was not around when I mentioned that earlier, that was the plan for that. So just as I predicted, my peak concurrent viewership today has never crested, barely crested the double digits. And I can chalk some of that up to the fact that a lot of folks have tuned in and probably been like, nah, this is way too much logistics for me. But beyond that, we've got a lot of folks who probably never found us to begin with, because the YouTube algorithm really seems to favor me if I start at 7 a.m. I can't tell you why. It's something to do with, I guess I'm just beating everybody who uploads videos at 8 a.m. There's a lot of YouTubers who drop videos at 8 a.m. And it maybe not just videos, maybe that's when other people start live streaming too. I don't know. In any case, in terms of local time, 7 a.m. seems to be the actual magic number for me. Okay, Adonis has 0 stress. So, I can't wait to see how much stress he's going to have when we get him to his destination. I forgot rope again because I'm an idiot, but, well, do I really need rope when I can do this? No, too far. Hey! Thank you, sir. Okay, so we're going to find out if speed is a problem. If it is, well, we're just going to have to fucking deal with it. I'll put them in there with the other stressed one, and they can be stressed together for the rest of their lives. I don't fucking care. Okay, you know what? Okay. Alright. I'm going to set a speed limit for myself. 40 miles an hour. We're not going to exceed 40. And the reason I picked 40 is because I remember seeing the devs mention 40 as a threshold when it comes to trailers going around corners. And I don't know how facetious they were being. You think I should check on it now? The off-roading. Again, we didn't do that much. This is it right here. That is the extent of our off-roading, is taking that little, okay, that and then this right here, and that's it. Again, neither of those, speed and off-roading, do not measure up with previous experience. So unless it is something they added very recently. But no, we're testing for speed now. We will not exceed 40 miles an hour, and we will not stop for a single Zed killing. And in fact, I'll go even better than that. I'll keep my distance from the fence right there. Just in case there are a billion in front of the fence that may, we did not get a single point of stress just now. So the player cannot hear anything worth getting stressed over. Yeah, the garage roundabout and the cut. Again, we did both of those when we transferred the chicken and the first Holstein cow, and nothing. They got nothing. 0 stress built up on them. They have been calm. They were so unstressed that despite the fact that we discharged the shotgun and they got scared and fled, they were still calm after that. Like that, I don't know what Exactly it was. That just annihilated our bulls, but... Or annihilated our bull and our cow. But whatever it was, we're about to find out now. Alright, let's see how bad it is. Calm. Zero stress. I don't know. Next time I transport animals that I'm not too concerned about, we'll go faster and test it then. But for now, I do want one bull. That's still good. We're reaching levels of incest that shouldn't be possible here. Well, it's actually perfectly possible. Incest is a multi-generational problem, not an immediate problem. Adonis here is the son of Athena, and Athena Jr. here is the son of Adonis and Athena. So when Athena Jr. here, when she reaches adulthood and has children with Adonis here, that will... We're going to find out if Crusader Kings debuffs apply in this game or not. There was a Reddit post in the Reddit thread for this game, just asking, is there a penalty for incest? And that was it. That was all they said in the title. They didn't specify animals or anything like that. And that Reddit had a lot of questions about that. But when they specified, they were talking about animals. I mean, I posted in there. I was like, I didn't notice too much about that with rabbits, despite the fact that I had a very small cohort. I started with a very small cohort when I was breeding rabbits, and I never noticed anything that would indicate there is any sort of growing debuff that would happen when your pedigree starts to collapse. Pedigree collapse is the name of the phenomenon, I think. Or pedigree or lineage. It's something collapse that occurs when you reach a certain point of failing to outbreed. We need a Sweet Home Kentucky version. Kentucky has almost as many syllables, but it's kind of hard to make them sound good in a song. Too many hard stops between the syllables. In any case, that is 100% of all of our everything, all of our loot that we've gathered. Of course, except minus the shotgun shipment. We do have an entire shipment of shotguns that needs to come down here. I'll probably go pick those up with the ambulance here. Yeah, this is an ambulance with a good trunk. But its engine is not that good, if memory serves. Let me check that, double check that. Yeah, engine quality is 69. Despite that possibly sounding quote-unquote nice. No, that is actually terrible. I mean, because what does that mean? That means 41% chance for it to fail to start. That is decidedly not nice, in my opinion. In my humble, very humble opinion. Well, we have animals now. The aminals have been sorted out. The next time it rains, they'll be sorted almost for life. I am going to empty the rope out of the trunk of this ambulance. Okay. Yeah, we're good. We're good. So we're just driving back up to Reed, and we're gonna go and pick up a shipment of the shotguns I think there's actually more up there than we can fit in the trunk of this van. But we should be able to get, like, vast majority of them, I think. And on our way back, we are going to delete any resistance.
Hey!
With extreme prejudice, because I want my supply line between Reed and Jericho to be nice and open. All the ones we killed here, that was not enough. We need more. Alright, all these losers up here are first to go. Sadly, they're not grouped up enough for shotgun.
Hey!
Well, maybe. I just gotta get them out of the road. And that's not gonna work. Line up a little bit, would you? That's what I'm talking about. Once again, discharge intentional. If there's anybody in this area, I want them out of the woodwork and visible. So I can wipe them out now before they become a problem later. I'm not quite desperate enough to fire up the sirens, but, yeah. See, the sirens will pull them from farther away than engines ever will. But a couple of discharges of guns, like the shotgun, will do a pretty good job of pulling anybody out who is only going to be picked up by the engine after a couple of drive-bys. At least in my experience, I can say that that feels like a generally accurate statement. A full cleaning of myself is on the docket. But I would like to have this area nice and removed of zombies. On the way back, once we're full of shotgun, I will stop by the watering hole there. All right, now this is where it's gonna get tricky. Not even tricky, just tedious. I actually do wish I could drive through there, but no. Not reliable enough. Okay, so these guys, look at how lined up they are. I can do this. Didn't work out the way I wanted it to, sadly. Okay. There's trees blocking my line of sight from the other side. There are probably going to be a number of them on the other side in the middle of the road now. We will deal with them as we see them. I've got to be wary of driver's seat campers now. All the way up there, I don't care about. Driver's seat campers? No, we're good. As expected, we've got a partial respawn in this parking lot. I had a feeling there were large groups up here somewhere. Starting to get it from all sides now. Alright, moratorium on firearms discharge till we get a cleaner angle. We do got a lot of fence thumpers, but we're staying ahead of them somewhat. This will get untenable if we don't kill them fast enough. Basically, when you have a lot of fence thumpers, it's a race against You're racing against your own stress levels. Come on, give me that double bag. I want that double bag. I think getting a multi-kill with the shotgun is actually, could be wrong about this, but I mean, that just erased, like, almost a dozen strats. When I set a moratorium on firearms, how about a complete and total ban on firearms so we can figure out what the hell is going on? It's not that bad. It really isn't. We're not exactly helping the situation. This would go by faster if we just went silent about it, but if we went silent about it, these guys would become a problem eventually. We're driving back and forth and our vehicle makes noise. That's all it takes. Alright, fuck this. The M9 is coming out. It's the range of the M9. Damn shame I've blown all of my rifle calibers. Really? The absolute Louisville experience right now. Okay. Don't know if that was all of them. Don't even know if that was enough of them. But we've got a clean, drivable path for the moment. I mean, I do have a... You can't just remove the muffler in B42. The car won't start. Definitely need to sharpen. Have we missed our shot? Now it's down to half capacity. I'll remind you guys, we reforged this sword that I'm using right now. We reforged it when we got to Jericho at the beginning of this, earlier in the stream. So the fact that it's already down to half capacity, that's a commentary in and of itself. Because every single one of the zombies I've killed with it has been a respawn. Not a single one of them have been an initial spawn. This is a critical driving area too, right here. So we are once again discharging because we need to get them out of the woodwork so we can see them and kill them. I know in real life you can just yank a muffler off of a vehicle, but in this game, you know what? I want to make sure I'm not talking bullshit. I am about 89% sure that is the case. I'm gonna just wanted to check. But we got Willie out the woodwork here. Anyone else aside from these guys? I have no food at the moment. I was not expecting to be getting out and doing all this fighting. I have literally no food, and because of that, it might eventually become a priority to just get the hell out of here. So yeah, regular muffler. We're just going to uninstall it really quick, and we're going to try to start the vehicle. I want to make sure that I'm not giving fake news. We verify our sources where we can. Okay, I was talking shit. I was talking shit. The van doesn't have a fucking muffler anymore, and it still started. I don't know where I got that idea from, but, well, I'm gonna leave the muffler in the glove compartment just in case, but yeah, for now, I like how the fact I can't hear it making more noise than it did before, but it definitely does. I mean, I was under the impression that mufflers were required, and if you wanted to make less or make more noise, you would use an old muffler instead of a regular one. Perfectly fine by me. Ambulances are combat vehicles for me, so I want them to make more noise generally. Like I said, we have wiped out this area before. So anything we're killing now, 100% of them are respawns. So I want any and all respawns to come out in the open and face me. Taste my blade. Ah, okay. Interesting. Now that's interesting. I do find that the only reason I find that interesting is it doesn't show up in the stats. If fuel consumption multiplier was a thing, why does it not show up in the stats? I'm not saying it shouldn't be a thing. I'm saying the skill issue for the devs if they're going to make that a thing and not show it to us somehow. Should be. All I want is just a little bit of communication somewhere. Doesn't have to be much, just somewhere. Look at that. Zulu has got a bunch of respawns, doesn't it? Oy. I can't wait to get back to Reed and see a bunch of respawns there. I assume nothing at this point. We might have a face full of respawns at Reed at this point. Oh, we've been gone for enough time. And when I say enough time, I mean less than a week. We've been gone for 5 days. It was May 1st when we started the stream. But if we see a face full of respawns, well, we'll know that 5 days is enough for fucking... None of these guys were here as far as I recall. But this area, it's been more than 5 days since we've killed Zeds here, so... Hang on a second. That beret. It looks to be a little bit darker than the Alice kit. That's what I'm looking at there. Yeah, but then again, it's also on the floor. I'm taking it. I don't know if I'll put much thought into it, but I'm taking it. Always on the lookout for things that match. Always. See a vagrant to the north. They are getting up. They're dying. I'm starting to think I'm going to need to delete the rest of the trees on first. Because we're on north first right now. At one point, I deleted only the trees on the side that I was going to be fighting most often on. That doesn't look to be sufficient now. No, we've got respawns everywhere now, so I need to be able to see them. And so that means, as part of our mission, to clear first and main in Louisville. Yeah, we're going to delete trees at some point. That's on the long-term docket. So it's going to be bedtime by the time we get to read. Ideally, there will not be a billion respawns up here. Okay, doesn't look like there's a billion respawns here. I don't use any mods. I mean, like, Authentic Z is immediate rule out because it adds things to the game. Anything that adds things to the game is an extreme risk to breaking your saves on update. So any mods that I ever roll in my current excursions are all just mods that change appearances or read values and write them on the screen. So like UI mods, or in this case, the backpack, of course, is just a recolor. We might actually add the forest camo Alice kit. We might add that to the recolor as well. I'm just so tired of forest camo right now. Unstable. If I could play it, okay, so I will play mods when the chance of the game updating itself is like really, really, really low. So 42 stable, whenever that comes out. Basically, it's not happening anytime, and not the rest of this year. Definitely not happening anytime the rest of this year. Maybe early next year, maybe spring next year, IRL. Maybe then we will have 42 stable. But one of the things that I'm thinking the devs might do, and again, pure speculation. I have no statements whatsoever from the devs to back this up. This is just guesswork based on the fact that they're already working on 43 unstable right now. They've said that because they're operating in parallel. They got a team working on 43 unstable. They got a team working on right here 42 unstable. What I'm predicting may happen is 42 unstable may go stable, and they might go straight to 43 unstable after that. In which case, maybe I'll play 42 stable for a bit, but only if my friends want to play. If my friends want to play multiplayer, we'll do a run of 42 stable. If not, if the devs go straight to 43 unstable after 42 goes stable, if they do that, I will probably, assuming I'm still playing at that point, I will probably hop on a 43 unstable and continue playing unmodded for the most part. I am an avid enjoyer of mods, and in fact, Authentic Z is one mod that I enjoyed a lot. I probably would roll it. There are a couple of weird things in it that I kind of don't like. I don't like the stupid movie zombies. I really don't. I don't like the Stephen King reference zombie. The stupid little thing that's carrying around a balloon. Come on. It's a zombie. It's not going to be carrying around a balloon. But whatever. I also don't like the custom backpacks that they add. Sure, I like the slot system. That's pretty cool looking, but do I need a slot for a fucking balloon on my action bar at the bottom of the screen? No, I don't need that. I'm already annoyed enough by the fact that it requires a slot to carry around a something at the bottom of a military backpack. Yeah, no, I am. And thankfully they come up with a version of Authentic Z without that, so that's kind of cool. But then again, of course, I mean, I might make my own little custom fork of Authentic Z. Can't publish it, because you're not allowed to publish... It's got the little icon of Spiffo going like this, saying, "Stop, you are not allowed to re-upload this mod in any form." Okay, bud, whatever you say. The modding community for this game, they produce some good work. But if I'm... the sheer number of them that disable Steam comments and fuck off to their little Discord servers and they accept no feedback from anybody, and they act like they are fucking Nintendo with their intellectual property rights. It's a little fucking cringe. It's a little fucking cringe, and I don't like it. But I'm not mad about it. It's just a thing. Now, before we go back, we've got a little bit of work to do. Fuck that. I'm not talking to those people. I have it's a bit of a pet peeve of mine when mod developers try to assert IP control over them. They're dead to me. They're dead to me. We have so many people in this day and age are trying to assert more control over software than it deserves. So to see people, modders, doing that as well, I actually hate that so much that I take it personally almost. Not entirely, but it does mean that whoever the hell is making those mods is somebody I don't want to work with or talk to or associate myself with in any way. Maybe they're okay guys. I'm not saying they're necessarily bad people or anything. I'm just saying that the way they operate is not how I would ever want to operate, and because of that, they're probably not the kind of person I would want to associate with. Probably. We're trying to get rid of some of these gas cans if we can. We don't want to have too many up front here. Right. I mean, what kind of what red pilled me on this. What red pilled me on this was Skyrim, actually. Skyrim, a lot of great mods for that game. I don't know of a single one that doesn't require SKSE, Skyrim Script Engine Extended, and that mod has some pretty interesting access controls. A lot of people, I don't think you can get it on Steam. Actually, you know what? I don't want to put fake news out here. I got Skyrim right in front of me here. I can click the workshop button and SKSE. Is it on the workshop? I don't see the actual mod itself. SKSE tester. Yeah, no. This is just that just validates it. I'm not seeing SKSE here, are you? And of course, no, because SKSE, they don't want it on Steam Workshop. And they filed, as far as I recall, if I'm not mistaken, they literally will file DMCA requests against the Steam Workshop if somebody puts SKSE itself, the actual script extender, on. Yeah. Make of that what you will. Modders putting out DMCA requests on other not other modders, but people who repost their work. It's a little fucking cringe. I'm just gonna say that it is a little fucking cringe, and I don't like it. I'm not even gonna go any further. I'm not gonna say the people who do it are horrible bad people or anything like that. I'm just saying it's really fucking cringe, dude. Really cringe. See, now I understand the mentality behind it, right? There's valid reasons why they would want to do that. It's not all just it's mine, I want to assert control. No. There's a software development perspective to be had there, because let's say somebody uploads a version of the mod elsewhere and it breaks, and then somebody who's using that mod comes to the original developer and starts bitching about it. The original developers don't like that, and I can completely understand why. That's not an excuse to go out and DMCA people, in my opinion. That is, if you use that as an excuse to DMCA people, fuck you. That's all I can say about that. In my humble opinion, fuck you. There are so many lovely mods out there that have been destroyed by DMCAs. So to see a modder setting out DMCA, fuck you. Fuck you with a rolled up pitchfork. Yeah. Think of all the lovely fan games that Nintendo has deleted over the years. Of course, those weren't DMCAs. Those were just C&Ds, cease and desists. We were supposed to do something with these sacks. I don't know if I want to leave them here. If I did want to leave them somewhere, how about, yeah, we're going to leave them in the truck. The truck is sort of an auxiliary vehicle, so that makes perfect sense to me. The fresh eggs that we have with us can stay here. The rotten ones I should have dumped elsewhere. Yeah. Right. And again, like I said, I understand completely that they get frustrated. There are ways to deal with that. There are ways to deal with that, especially if you're doing your support structure as like just some silly Discord server. Like, right, if you're one of those mod devs, I hate that Steam let them do this, by the way, but if you're one of those mod devs that just shuts off the Steam comments for your mod, first of all, fuck you. Second of all, if you're going to do that, replace it with something where you can at least get ahead of the problem of people, you know, bitching about it. You go to make them go to a Discord server and have a little Discord bot auto reply to everybody who comes in there and bitches about things. But they still don't do that. Sometimes they will. Sometimes they just they like their Discord servers because they can ban people. Long and short of that, you can't ban somebody from commenting on a Steam page, and well, that's why a lot of them shut it off. And they don't want to fucking hear from people. They just want to put out there what they want to put out there, and fuck you if you don't like it. Which is, well, that's within the right to an extent. But if you're gonna have that mentality, then just ignore the Steam comments. Don't shut them off, because all that does is fuck with people who want to figure out what's going on. Am I pulling stuff out of the freezer right now? Am I pulling stuff? No, I'm not pulling stuff out of the freezer just yet. I want to consolidate my freezers before I start cooking again. Let's just eat some. Hardly worth the effort, but yeah, we do have some soda still. Yeah, no, common sense. That's a very good example of a mod that just has a developer who's really leaned into the cringe. Again, I'm not saying, don't ever interpret me as me saying they're bad people. I just think they're doing something very silly and they shouldn't do it. That's all. And of course, if you hear me say, "Oh, fuck you," that it's usually for a very specific targeted reason, right? And I don't really care what their justification is. If they do it that way, fuck you. But I'm not saying they're bad people. I'm just saying, I'm not even saying that they're bad people or that their work is bad, but man, the decisions they make around their work. Cringe. Absolutely cringe. I don't know if I've ever heard of a modder. Well, okay, so the workshop for Project Zomboid has got policies for this. Mod packs, right? Mod packs. You're not allowed to, well, with, you know, assuming the mod creators assert these rights, you're not allowed to pack this mod into a mod pack. Okay, so what if I remove the mod ID from it? Is it still your mod? Am I still going to get DMCA'd at that point? I don't know. I don't know, and I don't necessarily care, but honestly, okay, so if you're not familiar with Project Zomboid modding, every mod has a mod ID, and that mod ID is mostly unique. Unless somebody is taking that exact mod and, like, throwing it into a package with another mod. You can get around that very easily by just, you know, changing the mod ID. If you do your due diligence to change the mod ID, in my humble opinion, the modders who are bitching about other people, no, they should lose everything. They should lose every single argument if the mod ID is changed. But I don't know if that's the case. I'd like, you know, again, the Zomboid devs have their own little set of policies that modders can use. Yeah, and if that's the case, if they will still fuck with you even if you change the mod ID, cringe. All I can say, cringe. Cringe. It comes back to a discussion that people have been having about modding for a very, very, very long time. I don't even remember off the top of my head where... There's like a white paper somebody wrote on this. Of the two different forms of video game modding. There's the cathedral approach and the parlor approach. The cathedral approach is top-down, centralized. There's a lot of control. And basically Steam Workshop is a pretty strong form of cathedral, but it's got a few of them parlor aspects, depending entirely on how the devs of the game handle it. And the way the Zomboid devs have handled it, it's leaning a lot stronger towards cathedral than parlor. I mean, you know, if you know what the words mean, you can extrapolate what the implications are. You know, cathedral, people make the rules, you got to follow them, otherwise you can't participate. Parlor, well, they can kick you out if they don't like you, but otherwise, you know, it's a parlor. You go in there and you do what you want to do, and then you leave. And there's merits to both, obviously. There's merits to both. The cathedral approach will incentivize more people to make mods. That has never been a question. Absolutely. People will make more mods if they can do the cathedral thing. Look no further than The Sims. If anybody watching is familiar with how The Sims 4 does modding, oh boy. There are people who make thousands a month on Patreon by making some really slop-tier Sims 4 mods. And EA has a policy for that. Like, EA actually has a fucking cathedral policy for Sims 4 mods, where you are allowed to paywall exclusives as a form of early access. I think that's the current policy. I still find that extremely cringe, but at least it's better than them just being like, you can paywall mods forever. I do think that's actually like a case, like, I don't know how they define early access. I think if you make a mod and you want to paywall it, you have to have a version of the mod public, and then you can have like a beta version that is not public that you can hide some features there. And of course, you know, mod developers will have varying things they do, right? Sometimes they will sometimes they'll include a lot of stuff. And sometimes there will things that will be perpetually in beta development. In perpetuity. Because why would they ever take it out of early development? If they can paywall it, why would they stop? Right? And I do think some mods have been like that for a very long time. I would laugh really hard if even the spicy mods were like that. There are some very spicy mods for The Sims. Oh, KTO, the big mods, not allowing it. The big mods are the ones who actually go out of their way to DMCA people. I have seen it happen. Seen it happen in real time. I was subscribed to one at one point that was part of a repack, and it disappeared. And I was like, why the fuck did it disappear? I actually, I think I commented on the Steam profile of the guy who made it, because I remember looking at it. He's like, yeah, no, they took it down. I don't even remember what mod it was, and I can't go back and find out now because it's gone. That was back in B41 when I saw that happen. So we have been driving back and forth in front of this for a while. We are going to clean ourselves up a little bit. Abandonware designed as early access was a good change. Depending on what you mean by that. Yeah. Well, that's good. I mean, you know, the less it happens, the better. If you're not seeing it happen, then hey, great. It shouldn't happen, in my opinion. That would be great. That would be great. But I mean, I guess if you think about it in terms of why they do it, right? The most charitable interpretation about why they do it is that they don't want people who have problems with repacks coming back and complaining to the original mod devs. And I do understand. Like I said, I sympathize with that. I just think there's other ways of making sure that doesn't happen that are much better than the MCA requests. But the MCA is a tool in their kit for that. And it's the big mod developers who have the biggest incentive to actually do that. Because obviously, you know, what's his face? The guy who does Common Sense. Common Sense has got well over 1 million subs, if I remember right. Like, it is, it's... the irony will never be lost on me. That a mod that bills itself as just adding common sense to the game has well over 1 million subs. Yeah, that will never not make me grin a little bit, because yeah, this game is lacking a fucking metric fuck ton of common sense. Ah, yes, okay. That warning, yeah. I know what you're talking about, and yes, that is a very good thing. Very, very, very good thing. More. I wish there was more, but I will take that, and I'll be very happy with it. Okay, so, I actually need to step away briefly, IRL. What I'm going to do is get Annie situated here so that she's in good position, and then I will step away. I'm just going to cook myself up a beef and egg stir fry. What is that, bacon and eggs? Except it's beef bacon. Damn it. I accidentally added one of the stupid fucking rotten eggs. I need to get those out of my inventory right now. And the best part is it only used 0.7 nutrition, and it actually left leftovers. Cooking level 10, everybody. Oh yeah, that's probably going to be delicious. Chunky little stir fry right there. Came out to be right on the money at 60. All right, so that's our daily bread right there. So I'm just gonna it's one of my better shirts here. If I did have a better shirt, I would have left it over here somewhere. Ah, yes, okay. In fact, I think this one is the pre-patched one. No, it's not. Okay. Now, it looks pretty, but we took yet another hit for protection levels, because this is a layer that does not have padding on it. So you know what? I'll park her. I'll park her while I step away, and I'm going to think about this while I step away, get my water refilled and whatnot. Because, I mean, look at that. She's pretty. Look at how pretty she is right now. It's really good. The insulation is really low. Despite the fact it's a long sleeve shirt, it's just one of those formal shirts. Okay. We'll probably be done with the book by the time we're back. Alright, I shall be back momentarily here. We're already wearing one. We just need the ears. Alrighty. You know what? I think we are going back to the bunny suit. Not the full suit, of course, but the we got the ears right here. I made sure to leave them conspicuously. Reason being, of course, I don't want any head insulation right now, not while the weather's getting warmer. So this is fine for now in terms of protection levels. That being said, what could I do for forearm protection? My forearms are extremely weak right now, and I don't like how weak they are. Because even if I put on the heavy armor that I carry around with me in my vehicles, even the heavy armor will, it's way too, it doesn't cover the, yeah, we could put these together and try them out. That would actually be very easy. I don't expect it to give very good returns, but we can give it a shot. This is the metal forearm armor. And so what would the metal forearm armor block? It would actually block our ability to wear a watch. I remember that. What else does that? Does anything else do that? The metal doesn't have any insulation. At least I'm 99% sure it doesn't. I mean, we got the, hang on, we got the stats right here. Got a piece of, oh, it does. Never mind. I lied. I swear there were some items that did not give it any insulation at all. I have an armor kit in over here. That would include the, yeah, the coat of plates gives 0 insulation. A lot of wind resistance with 0 insulation. But I guess the, whatchamacallit, that doesn't necessarily apply for all pieces of gear. Damn, that sucks. Oops. Yeah, right now our options for forearm armor is bad, 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 and bad. There's probably a little bit more bad, but it's all bad right now. It's all terrible. I thought I had forearm armor somewhere. We have shin armor right here. It does replace knee pads. That's not a surprise. Okay, so even the magazine limb armor blocks your ability to wear a watch. I find that to be all right. That's all I can say is all right. Way we say game. Oh, right, long john bottoms. Since I'm no longer wearing long johns because I can't handle the upper body insulation from it, we swapped to long john bottoms now. Reason being, we're still making use of that slot, and it's upgrading our lower level protections just a little bit. I do still have shin guards in the main combat ambulance. I never found any other copies of those though, so we are not going to be able to have shin guards in all of our vehicular devices. No. Something that I haven't really considered. Well, I've considered, but what if I just change the? I've already made a mod to make the backpack a certain color. What if I just do a transparent leather strip system? And all I gotta do is make the leather strips black. We should be able to do that. There's no way to do that yet, though. How many mods are out there that do that already? Lighter textiles. Lighter? Really? Hide all attached items. That's kind of interesting. And the cool thing about that is, if there was one for B41, I've literally ported them before in a matter of very easily. Let's try hide padding. I try to keep my search terms very simple. Padded armor. Spikes, patches, plus padding. Hide backpack. Hide equipped items. Let's try hide strip. You know, we don't actually have to reference another mod. We know the framework. We know the framework. All we got to do is find the texture file for it. Go to Zomboid and game directory here. Game dir. Textures are in media. Textures. Let's just do a start strip. How about pad? Padlock, padded trousers, blah, blah, blah. Hole textures. We're getting a little closer because these are applied to layers just the same way strips are. Patches. Oh, patches, okay. They're called patches. In that case, all we got to do is make these transparent. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 files we've got to make fully transparent. And I'm only going to do leather. I'm not going to do the other forms. All right, let's get a work folder set up really quick. Yeah, that's right. We're going to do this live on stream. It's a very simple mod. We already know how to do retextures because we expanded a B41 texture. The backpack that I'm currently wearing, we've already retextured that. So, am I going to be lazy and just add it to tac pack? Probably, yeah. I'm just going to make tac pack my retexture mod. 42, media, textures, patches. And start by just copying all of the originals directly, one for one. And we've already got Photoshop open because we were messing around with the Now, I don't know if a completely blank file is actually a good idea. So what I'm going to do is delete all but like a tiny pixel. And then just Control S. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Because I've actually had games before in the past where I've tried to hide things by just replacing it with a blank texture. And because the texture was 100% blank, it caused unintended side effects. So we're not making it, we're just going to get ahead of that this time. And we're going to leave like a half visible texture. And that's it. Like a half visible pixel, rather. Yeah, see, we still got a tiny little pixel visible there. So if the game is expecting there to be something not entirely blank, that's exactly what it gets. Should have started myself on a timer. How long does it take me to make a mod to do something that I've complained about for God knows how long? I have wanted to have leather strips not be messing up my appearance for so long now. I should have done this so long ago. I'm glad that, well, it's only more recently that I actually know very easily how to do it. After we made the backpack mod, I should have just done it then. No, fuck no. I would never work for them in a million years. Not because I don't like them. Again, I've articulated this before. I have no like problems with the devs on like a personal level or anything. It's, but what I would never want to do is be subject to whatever system they have in place right now for task delegation, whatchamacallit, because of the way they seem to be doing things, and they seem to just be letting different people from different teams just do things that just. They don't mesh well when they come together into the builds that go public. I think that is, and this is just speculation, but that feels exactly like what is leading to a lot of problems in B42. They have to turn around and get tracked down. Okay, File Explorer decided to crash on me. Thanks, Windows. I hate it. That's okay. We've got mods, backpack 42. Media, textures, patches, view, large icons. Everything is now fully transparent. I don't know how long that exactly took, but it was fine. That's fine. While we're at it, we've got another clash here. The forest camo. I kind of like forest camo. I want to leave that untouched. Attack Pack has already got a framework for changing olive drab. So what I'm going to do really quick while I'm here, while it's right in front of me. We're gonna mod the olive drab belt and suspenders as well. In fact, it should be relatively easy because we already have a destination framework for what it should look like. So we just go to Game Dir, Media, Textures, and I think the abbreviation is gonna be Belt Sus. Yep, Alice Belt Sus Green and Camo. Those are the only two colors right now. So the green is the ugliest, so that's what we're going to do. Let's just find out the exact folder path. Textures, clothes, bag. So the belt sus technically counts as a bag. Neat. Textures, clothes, bag. Same as Alice Pack. So what we do is we're going to open up the Alice Pack mod that we're already rocking here. That's what it looks like. So that's our destination. That's our color stats. So what we do is open up Alice Belt Sus Green, and we go to adjustments, match color, and we go to the backpack, layer 1. Look at that, instant color match. And I'm just going to copy and paste it and kind of side by side here. That looks like a perfectly fine match to me. I can't wait to find out what kind of wacky things are going on with the texture lighting that's going to mess it up, but otherwise, done. Done. All we got to do is close and reopen the game. I should have paused the game, to be honest. I'm so used to just not pausing the game that, yeah. There's no reason to keep it running for that, but damage done. Let's see what this looks like. I have a feeling we're going to be prettier now. Like, a lot prettier. Organized chaos, 100%. Okay, so they're new hires. I don't think I saw any project leads. Now, if they're new hires free up the original devs, Lemmy and whoever the other guy is, I forgot the other guy's name, Lemmy and the other guy. If Lemmy and the other guy are able to do less of the bitch work and more of the project lead work, then that will be for the better. But I don't recall seeing any project management in the new hires, so I think here's hoping that was the purpose of some of those coders they brought on. So here's our Alice Belt Sus that is in the puke green color that we didn't want to fuck with before. Look at that. It's now a pretty black color. So all we're going to do is, first we've got to drop our backpack and our bandolier, and then our old Alice Belt. And now everything is ordered. Now we're going to have to drop the, we have to drop the holsters too. Because, where are we dropping them? Everything has to be ordered correctly. And there's no way to reorder things on your hotbar manually. Oh, I like that. Oh my god, I like that a lot. Oh, she is so pretty right now. Okay, let me get the other gear back on first. Bandolier, and then ankle holster, double holster, and then the backpack. I really wish there was a double holster in black and an ankle holster in black. We can live without that. That's fine. I'm not too worried. The dark leather is actually, it actually kind of, it works. Look at that. Look at our girl right now. Look at her. That is, that is beautiful. That is beautiful. Old Alice Belt Sus is emptied. New one is filled. I need a new M9 magazine in that. Let's fix that now. We've been using the shotgun so much that we completely emptied our bandolier. That's an easy fix. Now, the next test. What I need to do next to make sure that the texture mods worked. I actually need to. I'll just take the shirt off. Yeah, we'll just take the shirt off. That's all we got to do. If we take the shirt off, then the medical shirt beneath it is supposed to be covered in I think, were these PNGs with alpha layers? I'm gonna laugh really hard if I missed that. I'm gonna laugh really hard if I missed that. I think these might have been PNGs with alpha layers. They don't need to have discrete alpha layers. That's really silly if that's the case, but that's the only reason. There should not be these little white splotches. Yeah, no, those white splotches shouldn't be there. Oh, no. Okay, hold on a second. I'm wrong. That's the Hawaiian shirt. Okay, we're good. I thought something silly was going on with the PNG. No. The Hawaiian shirt is supposed to look like that. It's a black and white shirt. I guess if you guys aren't familiar, there is a layer, and I don't really know exactly how to describe it, but there's a layer where you can wear a specific type of shirt, in this case a Hawaiian shirt, and it's below, or I guess it's above the t-shirt layer, but it is below the long sleeve shirt layer. I got no explanation for that, but it's another platform to put strips on, right? So now, what does this mean? This means we can put leather strips on everything. Everything, as we should have been able to from the start. In the future, I really just want them to add the ability to add color to our leather strips. That's all I want. But that is a lot more work than just making them invisible. So for now, we will just make them invisible. It's a simple texture mod. It's not gonna make the game less stable for the most part. And if it does, it's not gonna break the save. Famous last words, I suppose. Okay, now all we gotta do is right-click inspect the formal shirt. Okay, and now we go to the leather pants. The leather pants, I've been wearing these for a very long time, because they're more or less best in slot, but they look so ugly with strips on them. But look at that, the strips are no longer visible. It's beautiful. It's actually unironically beautiful. Now look at our protection levels. We are up to 40% minimum on everything except for the hands, neck, and head. And hands, neck, and head are fine because those we have specific armor slots for. The torso will go from 40% to probably close to 100 scratch at least. I mean, we've got... let's just find out really quick. Coat of plates goes on the chest, does not replace anything. And yeah, torso goes to 100% with the coat of plates. Bike helmet goes on the head, adds no insulation but 40% scratch. Bone choker 100% to the neck, and then bone fingerless gloves, only slot replacement actually, except for the bunny ears. I guess you count those as a slot. Everything is a minimum of 40%, and we are not very insulated now, despite those protection levels. Again, 40% or higher, with many hundreds, and yet our insulation levels are really low. The lower body, remember, heat radiates from the chest and the head. So if your chest and head are not insulated very much, you don't have very much heat buildup, body heat buildup to worry about. So we're kitted out great right now. Hell no, just pixels. This is the drip, man. This is what we look like. This is our appearance. We don't go light on appearance, man. We go nuts with appearance here. That's what I do. I go friggin' nuts. My girl is gonna look good while she does things, or she's not gonna do them at all. Or I mean, we will literally take safety hits. I mean, it's just bite and scratch protection. If you have to worry about bite and scratch protection, you've already made very critical mistakes anyway. So, and another thing I almost forgot. Believe it or not, the bandana has a leather strip on it. So we put the bandana on, and our head protection actually goes up to 50% because we're getting another 50, or we're getting another 10 from the the bandana. So right now, look at how beautiful we are, and we're also well protected, like damn well protected. I think our forearms are always going to be a little weak, unfortunately. The only way to get forearm protection without blocking your wrist slots and making yourself really, really, really uncomfortable. The only thing you can do is jackets, and we can't afford to wear a jacket in the summer, so that's okay. I always knew that we would get to the point where we would have to make a few considerations for the temperature. So this is without our discomfort adding things. The bandana does increase your, it messes with your vision ever so slightly, I think. We just gotta deal with that if we're killing a lot of zombies at once, in Louisville here. We have no choice. Otherwise we will get sick very, very, very fast. But damn, look at that. That's pretty. That's really pretty. Of course, we're wearing a meme hat right now. We are wearing a meme hat because memes. If we wanted to be serious business, we could wear a baseball cap. Oh, that's the tan one. I know I have a black baseball hat somewhere. But we're not going to worry about that. It doesn't provide any protection. And believe it or not, the bunny ears provide 0.0 insulation, while the baseball cap actually provides a little bit of insulation. So we don't want that. All right. We are looking good. Leather strips put away. Red put away. Needle. Baseball hat put away. Armor back in the armor kit. In addition to the numbers y'all just saw, we will put up our thigh to 100% when we're using our ambulance, because we have the additional protection levels there. I mean, we can go back to the witch hat if we want to. There's nothing stopping us. It has a little bit of insulation. It was not enough to be significant. And we're more primed now for a black hat than we ever have. Yeah, I like that a lot. We're more or less back to where we started, but without the problem of extra insulation. And the medical scrubs are part of this kit, so the scrubs stay here. Basically, this is my fall kit. My fall kit now for later this year for fall. When the weather starts getting cold again, that's these items here. Alrighty. Alright, there's another days of bread there. Speaking of bread, I might as well actually make a sandwich at some point in the future. Anyway, here's a 60 stir fry. Into the backpack. So we've got a lot of work to do for sorting stuff. I feel like I might do a stream where I don't even imply that we're going to be doing combat. Like, I might, next stream, I might do just nothing but, the leather is done. That's cool. So, we've actually got enough leather now. If we wanted to establish another base with a forge, we could do it. There would be nothing stopping us at this point, but, no, we're not going to do that. Not yet, at least. We need to find there would need to be a good location somewhere. In the back of my mind, what I'm thinking is we would need to have like a situation where we would want to have a dedicated base for assaulting the Grand Ohio Mall or something like that. That's one of the situations where I could think, okay, yeah, we're gonna need yet another forge base. I might as well go ahead and put this leather out to dry. This is the leather from the bull that we killed with the shotgun. I'm going to go ahead and make up that there's no reason not to get it on the rack. I mean, well, we got the good weather. We might as well, right? Otherwise, when we need it, we'll want it and we won't have it. So we want a dry leather. All we got to do is fill a bowl full of water, grab an animal brain, which we picked one out of the cabinet there. Now we got a bowl of brain tan. We take the leather and the bowl full of brain tan over to the softening beam and the tannin barrel up here. Softening beam, we pull the flesh off, and then we pull the fur off. And then at the tannin barrel, we dump that in there. I can't wait for all of this to take like 2 days each. It's coming, it's coming. But now we got tanned, crude, and wet. We just toss it right up onto the rack here. And that'll take a week plus however long. But I don't have to think about it now. It's started, it's underway. The work is underway. Okay. Order of operations. Oh, you know what? We closed and reopened the game. Athena might no longer be glitched. Let's go see if she can be pet now. If she can be, then we should pet her periodically, and that will remove some of the stress. Maybe. She already destroyed the door. Nope, she's still glitched. I don't know if there's anything I can do about it now. Still agitated. I'm pretty sure stress goes down over time, but I mean, how do I know? How do I know? How do I keep track of that? All it says is agitated. I don't get a number. Whatever. I'm not going to think too hard about it. Did she leave behind enough planks for me to just rebuild that? I think she did. We're actually just missing a hinge. Pretty sure there's another hinge over here somewhere we could find. I didn't know that cows destroyed things in addition to bulls. Learned something new there. Here we go. I think we need one more nail, too. Hey, look, another nail. I can't wait for her to break this next one again. Maybe if I yell and pull her away from the door.
Hey!
See, despite being agitated, she still comes when I call. She's still a good cow on paper. She's just behaving very poorly right now. There's nothing I can do about that, is there? Just gonna leave that plank here. Who knows if I might need it again. Maybe she'll break the door yet again. Thinking about whether I actually need to refill those troughs with water. They've got water and they got food. They're fine. I'll water them when I water the plants, basically. I need to come back here and water the plants as time goes by anyway, so yeah, if and when that time comes, we'll just come back and water the plants and the animals. Easy peasy. And it is already past our bedtime, so we hit the sack. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. We're already up to 7 hours, and trying to corral the animals really killed my momentum. I mean, sure, I could go kill a bunch of zombies for a change of scenery, and I think I will, but I have so much work to do here at Jericho. I literally have 3 vehicles, I think now. Yeah, 4 vehicles. 4 vehicles full of stuff that I need to unload, because there were already 2 full here, and now there are, after all of our shenanigans, there's now 4. Okay, so here's the plan. I will bill next stream as a logistics stream, so no false advertising next time. We'll actually make a thumbnail specifically be like, yeah, this is just going to be a logistics stream. But, however, all that being said, we do need to... We've got work to do at Reed, and if we stay away from Reed for too much longer, more respawns will pile up. So we are going to take what we need now and translate back to Reed, and we're going to take it from there. Just want to separate the stuff that needs to go in the freezer. Alright, there's all the beef, so all the perishables coming with me. The generator here can now be shut down. And we are now on our way back to... Okay, one last thing I wanted to do while I was here. We are checking the 1911 storage. Because I was talking about that very early on in the stream and I almost forgot about it. Okay, so 1911 auto magazines. We've got 32 of them, and they're all empty. I'm going to take all those with me, because they're really lightweight. No reason not to. And now, we've also got 1911s here. That's repair fodder. I do actually have like a 1911 that's ready to be used for 2 of them, I think, with tritium sights on them and everything. Yep. We're going to take both. We're not going to take the DE. No, we're going to take the DE. We're going to take the DE, because why not? Okay. We're headed back out now, and we are... Which vehicle are we taking? We're taking... It really doesn't matter. I mean, it needs to be a low priority vehicle, because all of our high priority vehicles are full of stuff. It should probably be a hauler. The trunk of this hauler is actually great. It's in great condition. We get the trash out of it. Well, trash shouldn't go on the ground. It should go somewhere where it's trash can. Yeah, we'll take this one with us. And this, of course, is the one that, this is the one that we left running for a very long time, I think, and actually almost emptied the tank. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill it up, but it needs fuel right now. It needs fuel right now. We're going to, take one of those gas cans that I think we put in the ambulance here. Yeah. We're going to take that with us. Just one. I'll just get us up the, a Zed behind the fridge on the house across the street. I highly doubt it, but I wouldn't be overly surprised if that was the case. Okay, so this, like I said, not a very important vehicle. It's an empty trunk, and we need to have a vehicle, a large vehicle with an empty trunk that can haul things in all of our forward locations. So that's why we're coming back with this one. The use for the DE, I don't really have a strong use for it, to be honest. It's actually a slightly more efficient way than the the DE versus the 44 Magnum. That's actually a very open question. Yet another kind of dichotomy that's just like the M625 versus the 1911. It's the same cartridge, but okay, so it's different because the M625 has no attachments available to it. The revolver, like the Magnum, the full 44, you can put a scope on that, and that turns your 44 Magnum into a medium range shot. But you can, I think, get a very similar effect with the Desert Eagle. Self-propelled wheelbarrow. It is a hand cannon, but I am an avid enjoyer of hand cannons. I'm an avid enjoyer of those. Maybe not in this game. I mean, this game, of course, your shots in the magazine are probably the single most important thing late game. Late game, you've got your ability to hit everything. That's all taken care of. So you want to make sure that you can get as many hits out as possible. And the higher calibers really aren't conducive to that, because the higher calibers are you get fewer of them in a box, and you can carry fewer of them at once, and it's just all around detrimental. It would be really cool if you could get multi hits with actual 44 Magnum hits. That would be really cool. But I have yet to see that happen. I'm sure it's possible in theory. It just, in practice, I have yet to see it happen. I was going to stop at the gas station too, but we don't have enough time tonight. We need to go to sleep within the next 30 minutes to stay on track. So that's all right. Not too worried about that. Home sweet home for now. Forward outpost, a little bit more forward than Jericho. So the 1911, we're not quite ready to start gearing up with that just yet. We're gonna put it over here with the other pristine weapons that we will use at some point, if need be. All of this stuff next to the coffee machine, because of course, guns and coffee. What could be more American? And I think we do have enough room in the freezer for the stuff that needs to get frozen again. Perfect. Okay. We've accomplished some good things here today. Maybe not quite as much as I would have preferred to accomplish. We did get a little bit sidetracked by the silly animals. But we are looking damn good right now. Like, damn good. Damn pretty. Absolutely pretty. Just a couple of things in her inventory to sort out. Let's get rid of these. The rag, let's just wash that. Duct tape, consolidating that into the bomb-making kit. And actually, same with the rags. The rags are for making fire bombs. I predict we will make use of some firebombs. The 1911 auto magazines. Let's put those... let's actually take one of the duffel bags. How about the prettiest black color that we have here? Let's just make that our higher caliber weapons. Yeah. Our TBA weapons. Yeah. Duffel bag, TBA weapons. So we still have all of our guns next to the coffee machine, but now it is 100 times easier to pick them up and take them for a spin. All right. Yeah, no, cooking rotten food is no. At this point, rotten food goes straight into the trash or the compost for me. All right, so we've done some good things here, folks, but I think I've kind of cooked myself on Zomboid for today. I think we've got a pretty strong start for tomorrow. Well, minus the fog. I mean, what else is new, right? I'm pretty sure we had, what did we have when we started this stream? Was it good weather? I can't remember. It's been a while. But yeah, we ain't doing no shooting next stream. At least not early on. But we're looking good. I need to get a better picture of her. Should have screenshotted it right when we had the opportunity. How about with the bandana and without? Because we need this for the thumbnail, of course. And then I might also redo the current thumbnail that we're rocking is the swords and sorcery one, but that uses desert camo. We have not used desert camo in a while. So we need to, if we're going to do that, we need a better background. It's kind of hard to do this. And what other color options do I have? That's not bad, sufficiently. And then, of course, for the other facing directions like that, and shotgun. I don't know if I want to do the handguns or not, but I'll have a shot of her. This is all for thumbnail material right here. Okay. That ought to do it. Alright, folks. I shall catch you all in the next one. Now, the last thing we always do here is back up our save. We are at... What are we at here? Saves. Apocalypse. Control-C. Backups. Current save. We are at... This is number 64. 64 sessions with this character. Backed up the save every time. Have a good one, folks. I shall catch y'all in the next one. Peace out.